Good morning to one and all present here. I, Yashika Todeja, a PGDM General second year student, on behalf of the Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, would like to welcome you all to a webinar on Cyberlaw and Cybercrime against Women, Identification and Prevention, sponsored by National Commission for Women. The internet has become the vital component of human life in today's era. Now, the life of the people revolves around the internet as it enables modes of communication and connectivity through various channels such as email, social media, and website, which can be accessed anytime and anywhere in the world. And the relevance seems to be increasing only in the COVID-19 era. The increased possibilities of the crime rate through the usage of cyber platform. This webinar could not have been successful without the presence of all the dignitaries. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for gracing this occasion with your august presence. I, on behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management and National Commission for Women, welcome the chief guest, Honorable Mrs. Justice Pratibha M. Singh, Judge High Court, Delhi, and keynote speaker, Professor Sushma Yadav, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat, Haryana, and Professor Praveen Gupta, Director LBSIM, Professor G.L. Sharma, Head New Projects and Advisor Corporate Interface, LBSIM, and Dr. Sheetal Singh, Research Associate, LBSIM. We would be joined by Mr. Vineet Kumar, Founder, Cyber Peace Foundation, Dr. C.B. Sharma, Founder and CEO of Dr. CBS Cybersecurity Services, and Professor Ritu Gupta, Professor at National Law University, Delhi, in the post-lunch session. Before we start, let us take a moment to remember the man whose dreams and aspirations motivated others to work towards the common goal of the nation. The man whose basic idea of governance was to hold the society together so that it can develop as a whole and march towards a common goal. The man of masses and India's great son, late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji.
सत्ताईस मई 1964 पंडित जवाहरलाल नेहरू का निधन हो गया। देश गहरे विषाद में डूब गया। सभी के मन में एक ही सवाल था, कौन बनेंगे नए प्रधानमंत्री, कौन करेंगे इस महान सभ्यता का नेतृत्व।
आफ्टर नेहरू के बाद कौन होगा, तो ये उनको इस बात का एहसास था। जब मुझसे पूछा गया कि इस कमी को दूर कैसे करेंगे, तो उन्होंने कहा कि पंडित जी ने अपने व्यक्तित्व की वजह से, टावरिंग पर्सनैलिटी की वजह से, उन्होंने इस पद को शक्ति प्रदान की और मैं प्रयास करूंगा इस पद से शक्ति प्राप्त करने की, जिससे कि मैं देश की सेवा कर सकूं।
2 अक्टूबर 1904 के दिन काशी के पास मुगल सराय में जन्मे लाल बहादुर का पूरा व्यक्तित्व ही गांधीवाद का जीता जागता स्वरूप था।
उनकी सादगी, पहली बात तो धोती पहनते थे। ये आम आदमी को उससे बड़ा भरोसा हो जाता था कि हमारे जैसे है।
पिता की छत्रछाया बचपन में विधवा मां के साथ ननिहाल चले गए, वहीं पर परवरिश हुई। 1921 में जब स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन में कूद पड़े तो निष्ठा और दृढ़ता के प्रमाण मिलते चले गए। 17 वर्ष की आयु से स्वाधीनता तक लगभग 9 साल जेल में काटे। रहीमन हीरा कब कहे लाख टका मेरो मोल। पार्टी कार्य में उनकी निष्ठा से प्रभावित होकर नेहरू ने लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को रेल मंत्री नियुक्त किया, परंतु 1953 में घटी एक रेल दुर्घटना की नैतिक जिम्मेदारी लेते हुए शास्त्री जी ने मंत्रालय से इस्तीफा दे दिया।
उन्होंने देखकर राजनीति में नए मूल्यों की स्थापना की।
नेहरू जी के मंत्रिमंडल में कई विशिष्ट पदों पर अपनी गृह मंत्री नियुक्त हुए। 9 जून 1964 पंडित नेहरू के निधन के बाद स्वयं पंडित नेहरू के चहेते लाल बहादुर शास्त्री ने भारत के दूसरे प्रधानमंत्री का पदभार संभाला। कुल 4 शब्दों में उस मृदुभाषी व्यक्ति ने देश को एक नारा दिया, जय जवान जय किसान।
उन्होंने उस समय इस बात का एहसास कर लिया था, देश के अंदर हमें अपने जो भंडार है अनाज के उन्हें पूरा भर देना है और एक जो भारत के गौरव और गरिमा को देश विश्व में खड़ा कर देना है, वो अगर संभव है तो जवानों और किसानों की जय जयकार करने से ही है।
लाल बहादुर शास्त्री, Prime Minister of India, speaking on Independence Day in 1965.
हम हथियारों का जवाब हथियारों से दें।
5 सितंबर 1965 पाकिस्तान ने भारत के खिलाफ खुली जंग का ऐलान कर दिया। जवाब में भारतीय सेना पंजाब से सीमा पार कर गई। जब तक संयुक्त राष्ट्र की पहल पर युद्ध विराम हुआ, तब तक भारत की सेनाएं पाकिस्तानी सेना पर हावी हो चुकी थी।
वो किसी के दबाव में आने वाले व्यक्ति नहीं थे। जब ऐसी घटना होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव होते हैं। अगर आप दब गए तो झुक जाएंगे, वो नहीं दबे। लेकिन फिर शायद दोनों देशों की भलाई सोचकर वो युद्ध विराम पर राजी हो गए।
10 जनवरी 1966 ताशकंद। जिन आदर्शों के नैतिक बल का मजा वो पाकिस्तान को चखा चुके थे, आज उन्हीं आदर्शों की उदारता से उन्होंने समझौते के कागजात पर दस्तखत कर दिए। लेकिन अभी समझौते के दस्तावेज पर स्याही सूखी भी न थी कि उसी रात शास्त्री जी को दिल का दौरा पड़ा और उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। गांधी जी ने कहा था कि शत्रु का दिल जीतना ही वास्तविक जीत है। सुदूर ताशकंद में जब स्वर्गीय लाल बहादुर शास्त्री को कोसिजिन के साथ साथ खुद जनरल अयूब खान ने कंधा दिया, तो लगा जैसे शास्त्री जी बापू के फलसफे को चरितार्थ कर दुनिया से रुखसत हो गए थे। लाल बहादुर शास्त्री केवल 18 महीनों तक भारत के प्रधानमंत्री रहे, लेकिन अपने प्रधानमंत्रित्व के छोटे से कार्यकाल में शास्त्री जी ने भारत के हर नागरिक के कानों में आत्मसम्मान और आत्मबल का मंत्र फूंक दिया था। अपने व्यक्तित्व से उन्होंने निष्काम कर्म और पुरुषार्थ की वो मिसाल कायम की कि उनकी गिनती भारतीय इतिहास के सर्वोच्च महापुरुषों में होती है।
We are fortunate to have leaders and eminent personalities from various areas with us today. Following the tradition of LBSIM, we would like to invite Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM, Professor G.L. Sharma, Head New Projects and Corporate Interface, LBSIM, Dr. Sheetal Singh, Research Associate, Colonel Ajay Sood, Chief Administrative Officer, LBSIM, Mr. Yash Khanna, President, Management Grid, to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and offer floral tributes to late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं गच्छामि मे सदा शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Now we request everyone to rise for the anthem.
लाल बहादुर के सपनों का अनुपम संहार शोध और शिक्षा से करते सकल विश्व निर्माण सत्य सरल शिक्षा ही आधार LBSIM करती है सतत इसे साकार जीवन और प्रबंधन का ले करके अक्षय ज्ञान छात्र यहाँ के नित्य बढ़ाते मातृभूमि का मान शास्त्री जी के ही सारे आदर्श हमारे प्राण LBSIM का प्रण है भारत बने महान भारत बने महान जय जवान जय किसान जय जवान जय किसान जयति जयति जय 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 LBSIM महान
Thank you, everyone. May I now request everyone to please be seated? Thank you.
Thank you all. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM. Professor Praveen Gupta carries more than 31 years of academic, administrative, and industry experience. An experienced faculty in the marketing domain, he has teaching and research interests in various domains of marketing, such as marketing management, CRM, B2B marketing, etc., to name a few. A result-oriented professional with 20 years of association with oil and gas industry, he carries immense experience in business development, marketing, key accounts management, network development, channel management, brand management, logistics, and project management. He has published several research papers and case studies in reputed national and international journals. Sir, to deliver the welcome address and officially set today's webinar open. Please, sir.
Respected Chairman, Board of Governors, LBSIM, Shri Anil Shastri ji. Chief guest for today's webinar, Honorable Mrs. Justice Pratibha M. Singh. Keynote speaker for today, Vice Chancellor Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Professor Sushma Yadav. Distinguished speakers of the day, Advisor, Corporate Interface and Head LBSRC, Dr. G.L. Sharma. Webinar convener, Dr. Sheetal Singh. My dear faculty colleagues, Chief Administrative Officer Colonel Ajay Sood, members of LBSIM family, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning everyone, and on behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, LBSRC Delhi, and our sponsors, National Commission for Women, Government of India, I welcome each one of you for the webinar titled Cyberlaw and Cybercrime Against Women, Identification and Prevention. Growing reach of internet and rapid speed of mobile technology, mobile communication, and wider diffusion of social media has increased the chances of cyber mischievousness and cybercrime. This has posed a challenge for the entire world, and more so for women and girls. It has emerged a major threat with serious implications for societies and economies around the world and are not limited to one country. Unfortunately, such incidences are not much publicized or raised by the victims, and therefore offenders go scot-free many a times. As a result of that, the trauma and the loss go unreported. Direct or indirect cost to societies and economies are also significant. Such cybercrime also have adverse impact on advocacy of free speech and other human rights. Given the ubiquity of internet and its wide reach and impact, it becomes imperative to ensure it as safe place for current and future generations. The first imperative is eliminating cybercrime against women, sensitization and educating the next generation of internet communication technology users, both boys and girls. Secondly, implementing safeguard to secure online space. Third and foremost is to develop and implement legal framework to enforce compliance and punitive actions against the perpetrators of any such cybercrime. Each of the effort will need a consistent and coordinated collaborative efforts at many levels. Failure to address such issues will impede the digital inclusion of women everywhere and will put them to serious disadvantage from enjoying ICT and the internet and contributing effectively to society and the economy. With these words, I welcome you all for the day-long deliberations, and I expect from these deliberations we can create some outcome which is of useful to entire academia and government and the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Sheetal Singh, the webinar convener. Dr. Sheetal Singh is working at LBSRC, the research arm of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi, India. She has also done specialized short-term courses from IIT Roorkee and IIT Kharagpur in the domain of human resources management. She has published and presented research papers in several international and national conferences and other reputed organizations. She has also co-authored a book titled Ease of Doing Business in India, a Critical Assessment, and conducted extensive soft skills training to management graduates. She has 10 years of work experience in teaching, training, research, and administration. Her interest areas are higher education in India, organizational behavior, and human resource management, with specific research topics of competency development, personality, and many more. Ma'am, may I now request you to inform the audience about today's theme. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome to the webinar titled Cyberlaw and Cybercrime Against Women, Identification and Prevention. I am honored to have among us HMJ Pratibha M. Singh, Judge, High Court, Delhi, Professor Sushma Yadav, Vice Chancellor, Phul Bhagat Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Shri Anil Shastri Ji, Chairman, Board of Director, LBSIM Delhi, Professor Praveen Gupta, Director, LBSIM Delhi, Professor GL Sharma, Advisory and Head of New Projects, LBSIM Delhi, my colleagues, faculty members, delegates, students, and all attendees who are attending this webinar through the auditorium and present on online media platform. It's an honor to introduce about the webinar. In digital world, every mode of communication majorly depends on internet via email or social media platform like WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and many more. Increasing use of social media gave birth to the cybercrime. Cybercrime in India. Cybercrime against the women is the prominent among the all cybercrime. Women across the world are victims by violence that compromises 35% in account as per the report by United Nations. And what is more shocking is that the threat to women is accounted for 60% through the use of social media. Website called viasetsaving.com. Due to online abuse, 74% women on Facebook have to block someone or something. This number is even increasing. It comes through the Instagram. 59% of women prefer to keep private setting on their social media account due to increasing cases of cybercrime. Social media leads to extreme mental agony for a woman. About 20% of cybercrime victims are forced to shut down their online account. Cybercrime is just as dangerous as the violence in real life. This does not end here. According to the report by an international website, the online violence is the highest among the age between 18 to 30 years. The report further states Facebook is responsible for 26% of the incident of online violence. About 19% of the online violence incidents are carried out through the mobile phones. But surprisingly, only 33% of the cases of online violence are taken up by the service provider, and 41% of the cases to the authorities. Because it is very difficult to detect and report to the competent authority and difficult to prove it with the evidence. Due to lockdown, due to COVID-19 outbreak, the cybercrime against the woman has increased drastically. It has also been reported by the NCW in the Hindu newspaper on 20th August 2020. Being the victim of cybercrime could be the most traumatic experience for a woman in India, where society has different perception about the woman. It is not comparing the incident of the crime, but stressing to treat all crimes against the woman as a serious. And in order to achieve this, government, society, and media need to be on the same page. There is an urgent need to spread legal awareness amongst the people, particularly the women of our country, need to be imparted within the knowledge of legislation made by the parliament for their welfare and the security. Recognizing this need to impart the legal awareness to the women and girls regarding their rights, the National Commission for Women has initiated countrywide legal awareness program. In keeping view of increased cybercrime, LBSRC, research wing of LBSIM, to create awareness about cyber law and cybercrime against women with collaboration of National Commission for Women, NCW Delhi. The prime objective of this webinar are to equip the participant about their legal rights, Indian constitutions, and remedies available to the aggrieved women, to equip the faculties, students, women with the knowledge on the subject to save themselves from the cybercrime, to impart the practical knowledge about basic legal rights, remedies provided under the law, thereby making them competent to face challenges at their working place being a woman. To sensitize the female students in educational institute who are ready to enter into the corporate field and working women about Indian code, including Mahila code, family code, and working pattern for the upliftment in the Indian society. The HMJ Pratibha M. Singh, Judge, High Court Delhi, is the chief guest and will deliver the inaugural address. Professor Shushma Yadava, Vice Chancellor Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, will deliver the keynote address. Eminent speakers from the cyber expert domain will deliver the session on cyber law, Indian Penal Code, women rights, and cyber crime against the women. The speakers from the cyber expert domain will also address the prevention, and handling the cybercrime against the women. Speakers of the webinar will include Mr. Vineet, founder of Cyberpeace Foundation, Dr. C.B. Sharma, IPS retired, founder and CEO of Dr. CB Cybersecurity Services, and Professor Ritu Gupta, professor of National Law University, Delhi. The webinar is not limited to the registered participants as it is live on YouTube and Facebook for wider reach to create awareness about cyber law and cybercrime against women. It is a small initiative to create the awareness about cybercrime against the women on social media platform and the way to deal with it. At last, I would like to restrict myself by saying zero tolerance to cybercrime against the women. Be safe, be aware in digital world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We are looking forward towards an enriching discussion lined up ahead. May I now take this opportunity to introduce to you all our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Mrs. Justice Pratibha M. Singh, for today's webinar. Mrs. Singh completed her law course from University Law College, Bangalore. She graduated as the first rank holder from Bangalore University and also represented India at the Philip C. Jessup Moot Court competition in Chicago, USA. She was offered the ODA SSS scholarship by the Cambridge Commonwealth Trust to study LLM at the University of Cambridge. She enrolled with the bar in 1991. Before being elevated to the bench, she was a leading intellectual property lawyer in India. She has the distinction of handling landmark matters in all areas of IPR laws, including patents, trademarks, designs, copyright, to name a few. As managing partner of Singh & Singh, she advised clients and handled cases relating to commercial disputes, arbitration, telecom, broadcasting laws, and many more. She has regularly appeared before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, High Court of Delhi, TDSAT, IPAB, Trademark and Patent Offices. She was also appointed on a high-level committee for streamlining of patent examinations. She was invited as an expert to present views to the parliamentary committees considering amendments to the Patent Act in 2002, 2012, and many more. In December 2013. The Pratibha M. Singh Scholarship for LLM students was instituted at the University of Cambridge in 2013. Recently, she has been invited by the Vice Chancellor, Cambridge University, to be a part of the Circle of Advisors for India. She was a member of the IPR think tank, which was entrusted with the momentous task of drafting India's first national IPR policy, which was released in May 2000. She has also been awarded as 30 most in India by the group in September 2018, apart from the many. Her articles, India, Look Behind the Headlines, India is a game changer in patent laws, implementation of Commercial Codes Act, CRI guidelines, etc., have been published in leading international and national publications. She has been a regular speaker at various national and international IP-related workshops, seminars, and events. She was also a member of the CII National Steering Committee on IPRs. Various awards given to her include IP Litigator of the Year 2012, the Asia Women in Business Law Awards, Best IP Senior Counsel of the Year, apart from the many. She was also a member of various professional bodies, including CBA, DSCBA, INTA, APAA, AIPPI, IPAA, IPLPA, and many more. She was elevated as the permanent judge of the High Court of Delhi on 15 May 2017. Ma'am, we are extremely honored to have you here with us today. Now, I would request you to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Please, ma'am. Ma'am, you are on mute. Excuse me, ma'am, you are on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Namaskar. Start by saying Martyrs Day to all the martyrs in our country, and especially to Gandhiji, whose prayer ceremony is currently on as we speak. And by remembering all the martyrs and their sacrifices, it's my pleasure to be joining all of you today on this important seminar which you've organized. Let me start by wishing all of you, Mr. Praveen Gupta, Ms. Sheetal Singh, everyone, very good morning. And my regards to Mr. Anil Shastri, your chairman. And I must thank you all, and also the advocate Ankit Jain, who contacted me for speaking today and delivering the inaugural address at your seminar. The topic that you've chosen on cybercrime and cyber law, especially women, is something which has gained a lot of significance in recent times. And I can tell you, as in my own experience as a judge, every day I come across cases, especially when we're dealing with the criminal roster, with young girls and women being subjected to these kind of crimes. I would like to start by giving you a brief introduction on what is the litigation status of women in India. Because this is something we never discuss, and we all need to be conscious of where there's a problem and why there is a problem. So first of all, let me tell you, out of the 3.6 crore cases that are there pending in the country, right from the smallest court to the highest court in the country, only less than 10% of cases are as to or the means to be able to avail of legal remedies in courts for women. And I think that's a very big cause for concern. That's because it shows that women are not readily, easily able to access our systems. They're not easily able to go to the police. Even if a woman or a girl has to file a sexual harassment complaint, she thinks 100 times. That's because there is a lot of societal prejudice against women and girls filing such complaints or even bringing it into the fore. Most of the times, the society and the elders or the relatives and friends are more keen on not bringing it to the fore rather than going into a legal court case or something like that. The reason for this is not very difficult to understand. Girls and women feel that there is a lot of social ostracism against them going to courts and against them revealing these kind of issues. But we have to make sure, therefore, that legal awareness is the first and the most important thing that we as institutions, whether it's academic institutions, NGOs, legal aid societies, judiciary, we all need to make sensitize the women as to the remedies that they have. And while knowing the remedies, it is also important to sensitize the people who are dealing with those remedies. First of all, we have the first point of contact being the police. We need to make them more and more sensitive, because there is a lot of condemnation when a girl or a woman comes forward to file a criminal complaint or to lodge a complaint against somebody. So this hesitation is something that we need to remove, because so long as we have the laws and the punishments, if women don't come forward, the laws will be of no use. Therefore, the first point that I wish to make is that women need to be sensitized. The police and other authorities, counselors, etc., also need to be sensitized that there needs to be a proper constant interaction between all these various agencies who are dealing with crimes against women to be sensitive to women. I was watching a recent a show from Europe some time ago, and you will be surprised how sensitively they deal with with any complaint made by a woman. Here, most of the times, we do feel that women may be on the wrong. It may be a consensual relationship a lot of times. Such cases do exist. However, that by itself does not properly and take all the remedial measures that we need to take. So this is the first point that I wish to make before going into the nitty-gritty of what is cyber law and what is cybercrime. The second most important point I wish to make is, in my experience as a judge, I've also felt, both as a lawyer and as a judge, I've also felt that most of the times the cyber crimes or even real crimes which are committed against women are by people who are known to the women. They could be uncles, cousins, friends, and in one case I came across even the grandfather being involved with a very young girl and using her to make money. And you know, these kind of cases really shock one's conscience. But you will realize that more and more the cases which are coming forward in courts are about women who are being misused by people known to them. It could be a tenant, it could be a neighbor, it could be a cousin, it could be a friend in college. So one has to be much more careful in general against this kind of treatment by known people. And the only way in which we can sort out this problem is by having communication. So I think there is a much bigger responsibility, apart from all the other responsibility that mothers and grandmothers and aunts in our families have. There is a bigger responsibility to keep communicating with young women also. So communication is key in all these issues, and especially if it's within the family, then there is a much more hesitation in the women or the girl reporting the same. Thus, we should sensitize our older women also to be conscious to any behavioral changes among girls. If the girls become very withdrawn, or if they are giving too much focus on the manner in which they are focusing on their electronic devices, not interacting, if they look withdrawn, if they look always, looking reserved, these kind of situations need to be dealt with immediately. If we don't deal with these situations, girls and women have a chance of going into depression, and that could lead to much more dangerous situations. So I think women in general and elders in particular in families need to communicate better with the young girls, even though they may be going to school. These cyber crimes against women can start as young as in 6th or 7th standard. And even in high school, it is very, very prevalent. And therefore, we need to be very careful, keep communicating with them, keep asking them what's happening in their schools and colleges, and talk to them and keep understanding what they are trying to say. So with these 2 points, I would like to now take you to the legal aspects of cyber crimes and cyber law. We all know that, there are various laws which have been enacted, especially since the early 2000s. I remember one of the first cases which happened in Delhi, at least, I don't know, I can't think of an earlier case than that. This was a case involving a website called Bazi.com, and where a girl's morphed pictures had been, MMS pictures had been sent out by a young boy who was in school, and the CEO of that company got arrested at that time. And at that time, there was no law against cybercrime. But thereafter, there have been several amendments which have been brought into the Indian Penal Code, whether it is for sexual harassment under Section 354A, voyeurism under Section 354C. Voyeurism is nothing but taking images of women engaged in private acts. And if this is without the consent of the woman, that is called voyeurism. And this is covered by Section 354C. Then there's 354D, which criminalizes cyber stalking. So if you, if there is a stalking which happens on the internet or through any other electronic means, that is covered by Section 354D. Any defamation through online platforms is also punishable under 499 and 500. Criminal intimidation is punishable under Section 503. And also 507. Section 509, the bad sounds, incorrect sounds, gestures being made to women, against women, or making lewd comments and remarks over the internet, or using explicit images over the internet. So these are all crimes which are now totally codified in Indian law. Most of the times there are criminal complaints which are lodged and the offenders are booked. The police agencies do have enormous facilities in terms of technology now. There are cyber cells in almost every police agency across this country. In most of the metropolitan and semi-metropolitan cities, cyber cells exist. There are cyber cells which also book these complaints under the IT Act, the IPC, and also under the Indecent Representation of Women Protection Bill, 2012. So there are all these enactments which exist, which have covered and which take care of the crimes and cyber crimes against women. So you must all be aware of all the major cases which have happened. I'll just mention a few of them just to sensitize all the audience and the students and the faculty, etc., who are here. So one of the types of cybercrime is cyberbullying. So it's possible that somebody is transmitting or communicating and sensitive material only to harass or humiliate a woman or a girl. So this is called cyberbullying, and this could also constitute outraging the modesty of a woman, and it's punishable with imprisonment under law. Then there is cyber stalking, and in this there is one of the most famous cases is the Ritu Kohli case, where somebody started a chatting on the website under the name of Ritu Kohli, and she started getting obscene calls and people started using obnoxious language against her, and this was finally reported to the police, and the offender was booked under section 509 for outraging the modesty of a woman. Then there's cyber pornography. So this is obscene material being distributed on the internet, and anyone who circulates, sells or distributes this material would be punishable for 5 years under the law, under section 67A of the IT Act. Then of course there's cyber defamation. In this, people may be making incorrect and defamatory remarks, disparaging remarks against a woman or against a girl, and this would be punishable under the IPC. One of the most prevalent crimes, cyber crimes, is morphing. So people use images of women and morph the pictures by replacing the face with someone else. And this creates a lot of problems for women because they don't even know how this has happened, and suddenly the video or the audio has gone viral and the images have gone viral. So even this is punishable. Then there's of course sextortion, which is derived from the word extortion. So in sextortion, what happens is a person who's in a relationship with a woman or a girl takes these images, and then the person is basically blackmailing the person for sexual favors, and saying that if you do not agree to provide me sexual favors, these images would be released in the public. So this would then lead to a double situation, a double whammy for the women. First of all, she's scared of the images which the person has. And secondly, she's also being forced almost continuous basis to agree to the sexual favors which are demanded. And this kind of thing also results in revenge pornography, wherein, the person is misusing and continuously starts taking the images and, videos of the woman or the girl and continues to blackmail. In this case, you may all have heard of state of West Bengal versus Animesh Bakshi, where this happened and the offender was charged. The case of Saddam Hussein versus, that's a very well-known case where in fact the Supreme Court said sextortion would be condoned even if the parties enter into a settlement. The court said no, even if there's a personal compromise, the public at large is affected by these kind of cases. And so one has to be very careful, and it should not be condoned also. Then there is cyber grooming. Cyber grooming is trying to build an online relationship with a young person and then pressurizing the person to give sexual favors. Now, all of these crimes are existing in law, but slowly and slowly, people are becoming very, very conscious. Girls are becoming conscious. Women are becoming conscious. But I must say that cyber crimes, while the object of this webinar may be to focus on cyber crimes against women, I do think that a large number of boys and men are also subject to cyber crimes. And therefore, while we focus on women, we also need to focus on our young boys and men who are subject of victims of cybercrime. So the same very sections, a large number of the provisions are enacted even to protect them. And these kind of creation of Facebook accounts, fake Facebook accounts, is quite common. Using the name is common, using images is common. So this could constitute cyber stalking and result in a lot of problem for the women. Sometimes these are very complex crimes which we are talking about. Something as simple as a video conversation between a boyfriend and a girlfriend being released in the internet could also cause problems socially for the girl and for the boy. So all these things need to be looked into very carefully, and one should not be hesitant in reporting these, and the agencies should be keen on reporting and booking such crimes and investigating them properly. Though I think there is sufficient technology now that is available to ensure that these crimes are dealt with, the technology needs to be upgraded continuously because the criminals are much more faster than the lawmakers. It's like a hare tortoise race, I keep saying, law and technology. The technology ultimately keeps running faster like the hare, but the law has to catch up and win at the end. And with these observations, I really congratulate and commend the Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management for having organized this webinar and for having invited me. I was not aware of your institution before, and I'm very happy to be interacting with all of you. And hopefully after the Corona year is over, Corona period is over, there would be a chance to interact and visit campus as well. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the very best in the conduct of your proceedings today.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now request the technical team to take over the question and answer session. Please.
Am I audible?
Yes, yeah. Yes, Pali.
A very warm good morning, ma'am. First of all, I would like to congratulate you for the the address that you gave. It touched upon a lot of informative points, a lot of the laws you spoke about, a lot of issues you spoke about. I, as a woman, can very well agree that these issues we do face, and it is actually a taboo that nobody talks about it. So thank you so much for this informative session. So I would like to proceed with asking you a few questions that we have on behalf of the students. So the question that I have is, you spoke about that there is a societal prejudice that exists when one is considering a legal remedy. So how do you feel that one should counter the societal prejudice? Because taking a legal action is one thing, but the societal pressure is an altogether another aspect. So how should we counter it?
Thank you for the question, Dipali. We have tackled a large number of problems in our society through sheer, simple communication. For example, if you recall, there was a time when almost all our, being an IP lawyer, I can just remember this very clearly. There was a large amount of piracy happening. People used to, record movies when they go to the movie hall and put it on the internet, right? So we dealt with it how? By putting up, just before a movie, you would put a warning sign. You also said, say no to tobacco, say no to smoking. These are all, for example, in crackers, say no to crackers. My children, when they were very young, from school, they would come and tell me, Mama, we are not going to burn crackers. So I think the best way to communicate with children and families is to target schools, colleges, where these kind of campaigns should be done in a very simple manner. it should not be in a scary manner, but in a simple manner, saying, if something like this happens, you should tell your mother, you should tell your teacher. Okay, so if we are able to catch the attention of young girls and boys and women and men in colleges and in higher institutions by simple campaigns, I think that will really serve the purpose. I really think these campaigns have been so effective, and I'm really amazed at the power of the media. And my own suggestion would be to catch them when they're young and explain to them, like, for example, when we were young, we would never have classes in school, for example, on menstruation, right? However, in schools now, girls are made conscious of it. Girls are told how to hygienically deal with it. In the same way, cybercrime is something which we need to deal with and catch them young, sensitize them, and tell them that they not need to be embarrassed. So I think a simple and small campaign is what I would suggest.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for the great response. And so one more question that I have is that we spoke about there are cyber specialist cells that exist wherein such type of complaints can be, we can register it. But a lot of us, including me, even I am not aware of where are these special cells, how can one approach it? Are there certain numbers, special helpline numbers available? So can you elaborate briefly upon the procedure on how one should lodge a complaint?
A complaint can be lodged very simply, either calling up a particular number. I'm sure different police, Delhi Police has a separate number for its women's cell. And that may be true across the country in various other cities as well. There are several NGOs which have a number which they give, like a Stree helpline or things like that. So I think as part of the campaign which I suggested in the first answer to the first question, you'll have to have 1 or 2 slides which say, if any of this happens to you, call this number. Just have one uniform number across the country. For example, we used to have, I remember 100 as the police number. So we should have one number for across the country where girls or women can report any crimes that are against them. And the identity of girls and women can be kept secret, and it need not be revealed most of the times. And people are conscious. It is just a continuous process. We can have one uniform number which is publicized for this.
Okay. Thank you again, ma'am. Okay, so I have a very interesting question next. So there's a lot of debate going on about the new WhatsApp privacy policy that had come in. So in terms of that, there was a lot of debate and there were a lot of concerns that already there isn't any private space left. A lot of what we do, it is everything is online, and that has actually put us at risk of a cyber fraud or a cyber crime. So with the new WhatsApp policy that was supposed to come in, do you think that it would increase such crimes against women and our privacy would be totally eliminated? So how does law deal with it? What purview would law take of this situation?
Okay, I want to start by saying, in the first challenge in 2016 to WhatsApp's privacy policy, I was a lawyer in that matter. So whatever I say would be kind of colored by that. But being now a judge, that matter is now pending in the Supreme Court. And there are a couple of more cases also which have been filed, and the government has also taken sent some communication, it looks like. So I would think that, the correct way to proceed would be having the proper data protection and privacy law in India. And it's only a question of time. I think the courts would be dealing with the matter. And I'm not sure if I think this is very evolutionary. There are various views in this. And my own view would be colored by the fact that I was a lawyer in this matter. So I would prefer not to answer it in much more detail.
Sure. Point taken. Thank you so much. I think my co-moderator would like to ask a few questions as well.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Suramya, good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. So, ma'am, first of all, I would like to compliment you. Very nice, insightful, and very important key points you have shared with us. So, ma'am, the first key question I would like to ask on the behalf of students is I really liked your idea of running campaigns and educating the young people so that we are aware. Even the men need to be educated that what is harassment and what the crimes which you talked about, pornography, morphing, sex tourism. So we men also need to be educated against about all these crimes. So the question which I would like to ask is the people of the rural India who are not exposed to such campaigns, who do not have the facilities to report the cyber crimes, and they, of course, we do not expect them to have complete knowledge about this. So how should they be educated regarding this issue?
Yes. Currently there is a committee which has been constituted by the Supreme Court to look at marginalized sections. As part of that committee, we are kind of considering some reforms for the rural sector of the country. And I feel that, even in the rural sector, one or two agencies which definitely exist in every village would be the local police station, the local post office, the local telephone exchange. So I think there is a lot of infrastructure that already exists, which we should tap into. And colleges, schools, universities exist across the country. So I think we should tap into these kind of institutions. And even if in one village, if one woman can be posted to take care of the women of that village, I think it will make a very big difference. That, I think that simple, very campaigns and little bit of sensitization through schools, colleges will help in a big way. Government schools are there in every village, like the way we are promoting issues relating to female hygiene, tobacco, anti-smoking, drinking, and these kind of things. I think in the same way this can also be done. It's not a problem.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing the valuable insights with us. So, ma'am, one more question I have is I have read many articles which says during these crimes in almost 90% of the cases the member is known of either an uncle or a friend or a neighbor or anyone. So, ma'am, generally in such cases when the victim shares with their parents or their elders or their brothers or sisters, so many times they also are not supportive. So, ma'am, in such situation in country like India, where of course where we deal with such apprehensions every now and then. So, ma'am, how we should expect when the first family member is not appreciating this issue, then how we should take this forward as a whole? Because again, it is very important that it can lead the victim into a big depression.
See, I think that this is the core problem with all crimes against women, and this is a very, very, very big challenge. Yes. While there are a large number of positives for our family structure, our family structure is something which we should be proud of in our country. This is one area where our family structure is not doing justice to the girls and to the women. Because most of the times it is relatives, cousins, brothers. As I said, in one case, it was a grandfather. It just shocked me in that matter. I saw that matter myself. So it is very sad until and unless we are able to bring girls and women outside. See, for example, I have in fact found cases where somebody does not want to report an event like this because they feel the girl is of marriageable age. She may not get a boy to get married if she's considered like a person who fights, who lodges complaints. So there is a lot of societal pressure on girls. But I would only think that the only way to enable girls is to make sure that they are educated, and please sensitize the women, especially the mothers, to ensure that they should also not be scared of reporting it. And see, if the ultimate confidant for every girl or woman would be the mother or the grandmother in the house. And therefore, I think there is a very, very important need. I don't have a ready solution to this. I cannot give you a solution. It can only be an evolutionary thing. We can try and keep on sensitizing them, giving them comfort. And that's the only way we can get them to come out and report these cases, I think.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing the valuable insights with us.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Suramya and Dipali. Now, I would request Professor Praveen Gupta and Professor G.L. Sharma to present a memento to Honorable Mrs. Justice Pratibha M. Singh. Please, sir.
I don't know how you're going to do it virtually. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Pashmeen.
Now, I would like to introduce the keynote speaker to you, Professor Sushma Yadav. Professor Sushma Yadav is currently the Vice Chancellor at Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat, Haryana. Before her appointment as Vice Chancellor, Professor Yadav, having teaching experience of 40 years, was the Professor of Public Policy and Governance at Indian Institute of Public Administration. She is a gold medalist MPhil PhD, University of Delhi. She has been facilitated with Rai Bahadur Gauri Shankar Memorial Medal and Maharishi Kar Memorial Prize. Also awarded with the ICSSR short-term doctoral fellowship and inter-university associateship at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. She has authored, edited, co-authored and co-edited around 10 books, including Center-State Relations, Issues in Indian Politics, Patterns of Gender Violence, to name a few, along with a number of articles published in books and reputed journals. She has also presented a number of papers in international and national seminars and conferences. At Indian Institute of Public Administration, she prepared and introduced a core course on social justice. She also directed the first 2 India modules of the Foundation Training Program for the Bangladesh civil servants during 2006 to 2008. Professor Yadav was one of the members of IIPA's 5-member delegation who visited China Executive Leadership Academy, Pudong, Shanghai. Because of an immediate engagement, she had to board a flight, but she would be joining us in the post-lunch session. Now, I request Professor G.L. Sharma. It has been an enriching endeavor to listening to such esteemed galaxy of speakers. May I now call upon Professor G.L. Sharma, Advisor Corporate Interface and Head New Projects, LBSIM Delhi, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Sorry, Dr. Sushma Yadav could not deliver her lecture, but she has promised that in the second session she will deliver her keynote address. This session, chief guest, Justice Pratibha M. Singh, delivered the inaugural address. And as we know, she has been both as an advocate at different courts, lower, high, and Supreme Court, and she is now the judge. So she deciding on the basis of merit what is the real fact on the issue. And I'm glad that she has delivered her inaugural address very extensively. She has given the trends of crime against women and cyber securities. And she has also highlighted that, which is very important, that steps should be taken at school level all over the country to start campaign against the crime against the girl's child particularly. She has also narrated various incidents and in different courts, and both in India and abroad. And she is right when she says that this can be handled by everyone, family member, relatives, friends, neighbor, schools, colleges, and this is very important. Because crime against women, she has narrated various causes for the crime. And she has narrated very beautifully the cases she has handled both in High Court as a judge and as an advocate in Supreme Court and High Court in Delhi. She is right when she says that unless serious efforts are made, this crime against women will not be stopped. And therefore, it is the imperative duty of every one of us to take necessary action. I would like to say a few or more. Population is about 50-50 men and women all over the world. But so far judges are concerned in higher judiciary and lower judiciary, is alarming situation. According to a recent report, Indian Justice Report, cases given, and particularly judges in the high courts, and I find from the report that Andhra Pradesh has 19% of the women judges in Andhra High Court. Haryana has 19. Haryana 18.2%, Tamil Nadu 16.7%. Another important finding the committee has made is that women, particularly in subordinate court, they constitute about 30%. And Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Punjab have more than 40% judged in the subordinate courts. Now it is very important that in these high court and subordinate court, more women should be appointed as a judge because they are sitting on the courts. They understand the problems of the women, the girls, and they will decide, make a prompt judgment on the issue. Therefore, it is very important that both the government as well as Supreme Court Collegium must take necessary action so that judges are appointed as and when vacancies are there. And there should not be some kind of a tug of war between government and the Supreme Court Collegium to appointment of judges, because it's very unfortunate that at national level such important issues are handled simply because of the one excuse or the other. Therefore, it is important to appoint judges both at High Court and lower judiciary as early as possible, and must in the next 10 years should reach at least 40% throughout the country, both at a higher level judiciary and lower level judiciary. Another important point Justice Pratibha pointed out, economic disparity. Because most of the country, all over the world, economic disparity is increasing very fast. And this income disparity is both in terms of income and wealth. And if we take our country, a few business houses have basically cornered most of the government projects in the last 10 years. Therefore, it is imperative that we should take necessary steps so that there is not much concentration of power, economic wealth, and more particularly when the technology is coming as a major source of economic activity, the intangible assets, wealth is creating a problem, and therefore it is particularly in universities, business school, colleges, it is duty that we should take necessary measures so that income inequality, wealth inequality, if not at least minimized. That is very important. I also thanks Mr. Ankit Jain, Advocate Delhi High Court, who was instrument in requesting and bringing Justice Pratibha Singh to deliver the Chief Guest address. The Chairman, Sri SHASTRI, Board of Governors, is always ready, is always helping us at a critical time. I express our gratitude to him also. It's also the National Women Commission, because this is the second time that they have chosen Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute Management, providing necessary financial help, and therefore we extend our heartiest thanks, gratitude to the National Commission for Women, and we request and will send. I'll request Sheetal Singh to prepare a detailed project so that at national level we can carry out such project on behalf of National Women Commission. So we thank them. We are also grateful to faculty members, technical, particularly Dr. Rekha Gupta, Samant sir, the media coordinator, Chief Administrative Officer, the other faculty members for helping in organizing this webinar. Sheetal Singh deserves our all thanks and gratitude, because she is the woman behind arranging all these things. So we thanks her also. We at the Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, because our tradition has been that we are in a strong position to organize such things, because the students at LBSIM, by last 25 years, I can verify, I can vouch, they play important role in organizing such events, because ultimately the purpose of a business school is to create confidence among the students. It's very difficult to teach management in the classroom, but definitely we can create confidence in them. And that confidence has given us a lot of strength, a lot of advantages. So I congratulate the students of LBSIM, both management and MCA students who helped us or who are participant of the seminar. With this observation, the first session is over. We'll meet at 1:30. We'll meet at 1:30. It's lunchtime. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We have finally come to an end of our inaugural session. We once again thank our esteemed speaker for the session, Honorable Mrs. Justice Pratibha Singh, for their gracious presence in the inaugural session. We would also like to thank once again Professor Praveen Gupta, Professor G.L. Sharma, and Dr. Sheetal Singh for their presence alongside the faculty members and students joining us virtually. Our technical session will begin at 1:30 p.m. post the lunch break. Thank you all once again for joining in and for being such a great audience. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, I welcome you to the technical session of the webinar titled Cyber Law and Cybercrime Against Women, Identification and Prevention, sponsored by National Commission for Women. We are honored by the gracious presence of our eminent speakers for the session, Mr. Vineet Kumar, Dr. C.B. Sharma, Dr. Ritu Gupta. Mr. Vineet Kumar is a social entrepreneur, founder, and president of Cyber Peace Foundation. He studied cyber defense and information assurance at Cranfield University, United Kingdoms. He is also an alumni of Cambridge University, UK, where he studied leadership. He served at significant position of Chief Technology Officer and Head of the State Government Agency, Cyber Defense Research Center of Government of Jharkhand. He has received 8 international and 18 national awards for his work on cyber peace and cyber security. We are honored to have you, sir. I would now request you to kindly deliver your address.
Thank you, Sheetal, and it's really a pleasure to be here. And also, good afternoon to all the eminent panelists and the audience, the students who are here with us. I'll just quickly start my presentation, and here it is. Yes, I hope you can see the presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I'm Vineet from Cyber Peace Foundation, and in fact, I'll go a little quick here. Just a sec. Yes, so Cyber Peace Foundation, in fact, we are a civil society organization, again, working on all aspects of cyber peace and cyber security. Our organization has people from industry, academia, government, and civil society. And we work in different areas, so on the policy side of things, on the research, trainings, capacity building. There are other areas, in fact, trying to address the problems that the cyberspace has. The mission is basically a peaceful, responsible, the vision is the peaceful, responsible, and inclusive cyberspace. And our mission is to work with netizens, institutions to facilitate inclusivity, security, stability, and trust. Some of the key activities that we do, in fact, I already highlighted the verticals and some of the activities that we have been doing. We've been running something called as Project Digital Shakti, which is probably the biggest awareness initiative run in India and perhaps in the world, where we are educating netizens on responsible online behavior, cyber ethics, cyber laws, misinformation, and several other stuff in collaboration with the National Commission for Women and Facebook. We do hackathons. In fact, the first picture that you see is the Honorable Prime Minister giving the awards to the prize winners in the 2017 edition. We are also currently running a hackathon, the Global Cyber Peace Challenge, where we involve, in fact, students, industry, academia. We try to get everybody on one particular platform and try to solve the challenges that the cyberspace has. Different kinds of events in pictures you can see. We run something called the Cyber Peace Corps, where again, people coming from any background can volunteer with us, again, to spread awareness about cyber ethics, responsible online behavior, and also contribute to the society in spreading awareness. So several activities that we have been running under this. And now coming back to the topic itself, I'll give a brief about the different kinds of crimes that are happening, what we as Cyber Peace Foundation see. Again, the challenges. When I talk about challenges also bring some opportunities for us. I feel the space has tremendous opportunities, which we together can grab and in fact also help in solving some of the issues that we are facing. So it has plenty of opportunities. But yes, with good stuff, you also have some bad stuff. And today I'm going to talk about some of the issues that we have seen, some of the problems that we have seen, particularly when talking about women, cyber crimes against women, and also some of the generic crimes that we have seen. So I'll be touching upon them while talking more on the cyber crimes against women. My first slide, basically, of all my talks is this particular Earth, globe, whatever you may call it as. But what I see is the entire world is changing, and with technology coming in, we have a new face of the world, and the new face looks something like this, where all the green dots that you see is the connected devices, which is almost everywhere. If you start mapping your house, if you just map your house, you'll see on an average you would be having 15 devices that are communicating to internet. And I'm saying 15, which is probably a very less number. In fact, if you talk about techies, it could probably exceed 25 connected devices in a home. We live in an era where our smart TVs are connected, our refrigerators are connected, our CCTV cameras are connected. You talk about any gadget, any device, any household device, slowly and slowly you'll find things connected. In fact, we'll talk about my case here. In fact, in my house, in fact, even these lights that are there, they're all smart lights connected through a mobile application. Fan is again a smart fan connected to a mobile application. Same goes with the air conditioning. So that is the era where we are into, and so we have a changing face of the world, and I would say cyber is overlapping on the normal world. So this is the changing face, and these are some of the technologies that have come in now. I would talk about IoT in detail later, but Internet of Things, AR, VR, blockchain, AI, 3D printing, drones. We are surrounded by such devices, and technology is changing almost every day. Now, free Wi-Fi in times to come, I'm sure, since the institute is there in Delhi, free Wi-Fi is already there in Delhi, but the same is being replicated across India, and probably every nook and corner of the country would have a free Wi-Fi connectivity. I feel in the times to come, the services or the devices probably would be given free by the government, and we would be basically charged for the service that we consume. So that is the era that we are stepping into. And in India, if I talk, in fact, 2020, that was last year, this was predicted by IMAI that we will be touching 1 billion connected users. So imagine the size of our population, that's the kind of devices that we would be surrounded by. So all good stuff, a lot of good things happening, interesting things happening. Connectivity has gone to villages now. It's not just urban areas, but now with Digital India coming in, there's a lot of push that we have seen, that the entire push now is going to the villages, and the new users that are coming in are from the village areas, from tier 3 cities, and that's how the numbers are increasing every day. As we talk, again, there are a lot of users, those who are getting connected to the internet. So like I mentioned earlier, with good things, you also have certain bad things. And this is what I'm going to talk about today, that anything that is connected is hackable. So all the devices that I mentioned that your home particularly has, these devices probably could be hacked. If the device is encrypted, and if you don't secure the devices, it could be probably hacked. And in fact, this thing could be misused. In fact, the devices could be probably misused. One sec, I probably switched off. Yeah, there you go. Yes. So that's why basic cyber hygiene is what I'm going to talk about today. Basic cyber hygiene is what, as a user, we need to maintain to protect ourselves from majority of the cyber attacks and cyber crime that happens. Now, it's a wrong statement if I say that you can be 100% secure. Nobody is 100% secure on this planet. And there are some of the advanced targeted attacks where it becomes very difficult for an individual to protect himself or herself. But if you are aware about some basic stuff, if you are aware about certain patterns or the MO of the crime that happens, probably that's how you can defend yourself, and you can defend yourself from majority of the cyber crimes that happens. So I'm going to talk about that. A level up to this is the cyber warfare, cyber crime, then translating into cyber warfare. And cyber warfare has already been announced, the fifth dimension of warfare, other than land, air, sea, and space. The fifth dimension is cyber warfare. And this space does not have any territory. There's no boundary. So it's all like a global village, and without any boundaries. The internet belongs to almost everyone. how do criminals actually misuse is, like I already mentioned, by hacking different kinds of devices that is there around you. Hacking, like for example, the CCTV cameras, hacking medical devices, even the pacemakers could be hacked. The next slide, actually, you can see some of the cases that have already happened. Power grids could also be hacked. In fact, the smart grids, smart meters, this could be hacked. Proof of concept has been done. When I talk about cars, automobile industry, in fact, Tesla, you must have heard that Tesla is coming in now. Tesla is full AI enabled autonomous vehicle. Probably in times to come, we'll have autonomous vehicles running on the road. Whether it can be hacked, the answer is yes, it can also be hacked. And there are various motivations behind these attacks. Like there could be a motivation of cybercrime, hacktivism, spionage, or cyber warfare. Some of the cases that you see in the picture, I'll start maybe from a needle to an airplane can be hacked. And there has been different proof of concept. I've taken this news from Google. Probably you just do a Google search and you can see all these things. It's something that people have shown in the proof of concept that it can be done, or in some cases it has also been hacked also. I'll probably suggest if you watch a movie, Terminator, not Terminator was one, but Die Hard 4, which was released in 2007. When the movie was released, people said that it's a myth. It's sci-fi. Nothing that was shown in the movie can be actually be real at some point of time. But today, as I stand, in fact, virtually as I'm in front of you, everything that was shown in the movie, everything today is possible. Things have happened, crimes have happened, attacks have happened, or the proof of concept has already been given. So it's all something like a reality today. And that's why we need to be aware about the different kinds of crimes that happen. Now, COVID-19, in fact, made a shift to the digital world. And work from home, online schooling has become the new norm now. And probably this is going to stay, despite now we have almost started resuming the face-to-face interactions and everything. But I strongly feel that this thing would stay now because this has become a part of our life. Zoom, Microsoft Teams, and all that, they have become part of our life today. So that's how I feel this will stay. And Interpol, if you talk about the researches, I'm going to talk about the researches that has been done globally and also the research that Cyber Peace Foundation has also done. We have found an increase in the number of attacks. I'll start off with the Interpol report, where we have clearly highlighted the increase in the number of crime, a spike rather. Shifting on to us, yes, we also see an increase in the number of crimes. And some of the cases that we have busted, it's already in the news, you can just Google. In fact, you must have seen messages like this, that there's a part-time job. You can use your mobile phone to operate at home. You can earn 200 to 3,000 rupees a day, 10 to 30 minutes a day. New users can join. New users join to get 50 rupees, waiting for you to join. And there's a link. The moment you click on the link, you are compromised. So that's the thing. I'm sure every one of you must have received, or in your family must have received this kind of message. So it's constantly on a rise. These kinds of crimes are on a rise. Some of our neighbors also have been trying to attack us, trying to steal information from the government agencies. Now it's not just government agencies, but it's also the individuals like us, common people like us, who are being attacked on a regular basis. And some of the crimes that you see here that have happened. One thing that I like to highlight here, and I'll cover it later, is the deepfake. Where all these sari challenges and different kind of challenges that you probably upload. Couple challenges, one example. Daughters challenge is another one, where we upload photograph of you with your wife or with your daughter. These photographs can be misused, and the photograph through some site, there's one site, Deep Nudes, if I remember. If you upload a normal photograph there on that site, the entire photograph could be changed into a nude pic, and then people can start blackmailing you. So things like this have happened, and it is going to increase in the times to come with some of the new technologies that are coming, and also criminals who are coming into this space and they have started misusing the technology. Misinformation, or rather I should say infodemic. During pandemic, WHO has been constantly mentioning about the infodemic that is there. an infodemic regarding coronavirus, regarding COVID-19. A lot of apps mushrooming on the App Store, Play Store, where these apps tell you that whether, I mean, is there a COVID patient near you or in your vicinity and all that. People had downloaded those apps and then later on compromised their entire data of the phone. Plus, also there were several financial frauds that happened because of downloading these apps. You must have heard about the recent instant loan scams. A lot of instant loaning application. Again, people exploiting the current issue, and I'm sure a lot of people have been financially hit during times of COVID-19. These of cyber criminals again have been exploiting this particular time, and again exploiting the people who are constantly looking for an app which can give them immediate money to clear their loans and other stuff. So they get into those racket, and eventually there have been some people who even lost their lives because of this. And it's again, there are many women who are being, young girls and women who are also getting into the trap, who are defamed, and several groups get created in their names, calling them prostitute and others, and that becomes very difficult. We at Cyber Peace Foundation have received many such complaints where people are not comfortable, victims are not comfortable going to a police station or and lodging a complaint because they were afraid that the entire society would know. They would see them like that they had actually taken photographs like this and the issue. So we have been getting a lot of such complaints again, and it's again increasing every day as I speak to you. What can go wrong? I mean, I see one statement that people generally make, a very common statement is, मेरे फोन को हैक करके किसी को क्या मिलेगा, और मेरे कंप्यूटर को हैक करके किसी को क्या मिलेगा? Well, I would say it's a wrong statement that probably people give. There's a lot of confidential information which are there in your PC, which are there in your phone. Again, like for example, username and passwords for online accounts, email and instant messages, payment cards and financial information, system configurations, sensitive photo. This is very important, and especially crimes against women in the cyberspace. Sensitive photos and other data that can be used for a blackmail. Again, email contacts and phone numbers, bills, contracts, and other important documents, postal addresses as well. So that's something that you should be extremely cautious. I mean, your phone is very personal. It stores a lot of information. Many times, even you are unaware about the kind of information that it can store. And sometimes, for example, if you take a photograph, the photograph is stored into multiple locations. Other than your phone, it gets stored on the cloud and the other places as well. So you should be extremely cautious about the devices that you use. You should know in and out of the devices and also the application that you download. Now, for the instant loan application, I'd just like to share one thing, that the moment you downloaded the application, it asked you access to your SMSs, your images, and also probably a lot of documents in that phone, your access to camera, access to microphone. Now, these could be extremely risky, and the same application can be misused. It can capture a lot of information that you are unaware of. So be extremely careful when you download an application in your phone or in your computer, because a lot of things like this are already happening. So ransomware, yes, again, a big issue today. Ransomware again has different variants. What I show in the picture is the typical WannaCry ransomware. Now this was meant for older version of the computers running Windows XP, but now the new version of ransomwares are also targeting Android phones, can target your Android phone, can target the latest version of Windows or any operating system that you use. So one fine day, you'll get the screen with a timer running that you have 7 days to pay that amount. If you don't pay the amount, we'll destroy all your data. So imagine all your research work, all the important data, confidential data that you have in your computer or in your home will be just wiped off from your phones and computers within seconds if you don't pay that amount. So be extremely careful here. Again, I would say be careful of the kind of application that you download, and also the links that you click. For example, any link that you get on WhatsApp, I mean, that link could be something very interesting or maybe can attract you to click on it. be extremely careful, because just by clicking on that link, your entire phone could be encrypted. Criminals can also get access to the microphone and the camera of your phone, and they can you. If you don't pay the money, they'll say, I have important information. I have sensitive photographs that I can make it public. I already have access to your contact book, the address book, and probably what I'll do is I'll just share your photographs, sensitive photographs, to your friends, family, and would defame you. So there had been a lot of cases like this where victims were actually harassed, and eventually they had to pay money to get this stopped. Well, I would also say that paying money may also not be a solution here, because many times people have paid money and still they have not got their keys back. They have not got their computers recovered or decrypted, or their mobile phones decrypted. So that's the thing. I mean, one simple statement that I like to give here again and again, register in your mind, is follow a basic cyber hygiene, and that's how you can protect yourself. Because investigation, and probably if you for example, take this to a cyber expert also, he or she might not be able to decrypt that, because the encryption is very strong, and that's why it becomes very difficult to decrypt a computer which has been encrypted with a ransomware, because the encryption levels are quite strong. So you need to be extremely careful here. The future of ransomware is this, where everything is connected. You are in your home, and this is a photograph of a kitchen room. In fact, the illustration of a kitchen room where you have a toaster, coffee machine, tap, microwave, smart dustbin, you have smart room. Now everything, whatever you see here, could be actually attacked, and a ransomware could be deployed, and you'll have to pay money to use. You can be locked inside your room, because the room, the locks are smart locks, and the locks could be controlled remotely by the criminals. Well, I say, as I show you this picture, there have been cases already there. There have been hotels where they had smart locks, smart doors. All these doors were hacked. Again, ransomware was deployed on the main servers, and the hotel owner had to pay money to get in fact, guests out of the room, and also the doors unlocked. So things like this can happen with you. So make sure it's very good that you are digitizing stuff, but whatever gadget, whatever technology you are deploying, make sure that you protect them properly. Now we have an underground market in the cyberspace also, where you pay for the services. So it's, I mean, a complete service which is there on the cloud. It's cybercrime as a service, you can say, and you can get anybody's Facebook account, Google account. You pay money and you get stuff done. You can get any networks attacked for a particular duration, and see the value is quite cheap. $20 is for the attack on a network. And same goes with documents. If you need stolen credit cards, everything has a price there on the underground space. So cyber crimes, when I talk about against women, I gave a brief, but yes, a lot of crimes that I gave, I mentioned as a case study, has already happened with women, and many crimes may happen with women and young girls, because in fact, as per the recent reports and also the statistics, the cybercrime has doubled over the past 4 years. There's a lot of crime that are happening, especially stalking, transmission of sexually explicit material, identity theft and cheating, obscene publication. They have been reported to the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, which is the www.cybercrime.gov.in, and also in the states, in the cyber cells. Extortion has increased the most. So that's something that also made us think on this, because extortion is actually growing every day, and it's not just one area. It's not just the tier 1 cities, but it's going to tier 3 cities and also villages. So why are women targeted? It is because the gender inequality in India. In majority of cases, offenders are known to the victim. Reporting becomes tricky. No or minimal reporting due to fear of being ostracized by society. Little or no hope of being helped. Authorities often harass. Lack of digital literacy and online safety tips and tools, lack of awareness of laws and redressal process. Now, this is what we have seen when we had gone to the villages to conduct awareness programs. Many young girls, they reached out to us and said that such a such thing has happened. I got a friend request on Facebook, and the boy was very smart, very handsome, and we became friends. We came into online relationship, and later I was abused. In some cases, it was somebody known to the victim, somebody uncle again took photographs, again abused the girl, and also took videos and photographs. But then the victim was not comfortable reaching out to even her parents because it was somebody known. The culprit was known to the victim, and also they were afraid about the society and how would the entire village react. Plus, there is some kind of a social stigma again when it comes to things like this, because if the cases is known, if the cases are made public, the girl may not be married. So these were the issues that were reported to us in some of the villages. I not name the state, but yes, it was reported to us, and many such cases are being reported to us on a regular basis. What we have seen in the rural and urban areas are, in the urban area, there's high literacy rate, but not digital literacy. People are unaware of, again, online safety. Now, there's a lot of awareness programs being carried out by the government, but I still feel a lot more needs to be done. It's not just the government, but civil society, university, and I see this as a very good platform where the institute is running this program, again, making students aware about the things that can go wrong. So programs like this, I think, needs to be done at all levels. And users often end up deleting accounts, messages, and other evidences go wrong. Investigation becomes difficult. This is a wrong step that people generally take. User aware of know-how, not risk, and dealing with threats. They actually are hesitant in reporting. Cases of stalking, revenge porn, and hacking of accounts most common in the urban areas. Whereas in the rural areas, most are unaware of social media platform and apps. If you talk about phone, for them, phone would mean WhatsApp. So smartphone is WhatsApp for them. So that's the level, in fact, and the way WhatsApp has penetrated to areas which is far and wide. So fewer content with WhatsApp, but even lesser with Facebook. Well, I would say people are getting more acquainted now. I'll just change this line a bit because now people are getting more acquainted with WhatsApp, and it's almost everywhere where we have seen people using WhatsApp for their communication, for their day-to-day activities. Online, again, they know basic functions of only they know basic functions of using a phone, and most susceptible to financial fraud, all that KBC related crime, kaun banega crorepati, and they get messages that we are inviting you to come to play KBC, and to confirm your presence we need 5,000 rupees to just confirm that you are coming. You'll be hosting you at the show, and people end up paying to visit, to play in the game of Kaun Banega Crorepati, and they eventually lose money. A lot of other things that are happening: keyloggers, ransomware, spyware, social engineering attacks, fake impersonated accounts, skimming, phishing, again, card cloning, fake merchants. There are a lot of things like this that are already happening. If I talk about the social media, again, social media is not just Facebook, it's not just Twitter, it's not just Instagram, but if you see the map, social media is all over. There are multiple platforms that are there, and in fact, individuals, in fact, youths, in fact, women, young girls, they are almost in all the platform. It becomes very difficult and tricky for the law enforcement agency to monitor everything that is going in and out. And one common issue that we face here is, for example, if a crime happens, there are issues when it happens from the other territory, when it happens from a foreign land. It takes on an average 6 months for the law enforcement agency to get data from a foreign territory. Though there's a lot of cooperation now happening, people are discussing about the international cyber law, but the issue that is there today on the table is it takes a lot of time for people to get access to the data. So the best advisory here is prevention. Investigation is a long process. We should invest a lot in prevention and making people aware about how the crimes happen on different platforms. Fake news, again, like I mentioned, has been the biggest issue today. And there are individuals, agencies specialized into distributing propaganda messages and poster. distributing it anonymously on any social network, sharing the content to as many as people as group, getting maximum likes, shares, everything. It comes as a complete package there, and social media advertising. Some pictures you can see, in fact, some of the screenshots that we have taken about the misinformation, fake news campaigns that were going on, in fact, are currently also being spread. One thing to caution here is even clicking on a link, like the geo link. If you see geo.book-mobile.now.in, if you click on that link also, you'll end up losing your confidential, your sensitive information that is there in your phone. So avoid even clicking and interacting on these links, and please don't forward, because if you're forwarding that link, you are participating in the crime. So make sure that you always verify the message, you verify who's sending the message, Google about that message. I'm sure that a lot of websites like Alt News, which actually bust these campaigns, you can refer whether this is genuine or a fake campaign. And then eventually, if you are confident that this particular image is genuine, or this particular text is a genuine text, then only you forward. Other crimes that have happened against women is again one buy one get one meal offer. In fact, there was again a link that was shared, and an elderly woman actually lost 50,000 rupees through a fake Facebook advertisement that offered buy one get one free meals. Similarly, burger orders end up losing 21,000 in a cyber fraud in Noida. There had been cases again of harassment online, of cyber stalking online, and people have been arrested for that. Again, Mumbai, there was a makeup artist who was due for 6.45 lakh rupees in a marriage fraud. Marriage frauds are also quite common, and Cyber Peace Foundation has been doing regular videos and advisories. So we have something called as Cyber Peace TV. This 1 hour session is, I feel, is a very, very small time frame. I cannot make you aware about everything, but for detailed session, for detailed, in fact, video step by step how to's and how to safeguard, I'll share a link at the end. You guys can go to the TV and do stuff, learn stuff, and implement security in your phones, in your computers, and follow the basic cyber hygiene there. So do not believe everything that you see online. Well, the classic example which I already shared, this one is the Kaun Banega Crorepati, and people will call, you'll get a regular call. It would be in the name of Kaun Banega Crorepati. On the other side, you'll hear Mr. Bachchan's voice saying that he's calling from KBC and you have been selected as a winner, and this is your lottery number. You need to deposit this amount, and people end up losing money. There's some level of awareness in the, again, the metros and the tier 1 cities, but unfortunately, tier 3 cities, again in the villages, people trust all this and they end up losing money. Yeah. I'll skip the video here, but yeah, one sec. Yes. Again, there are many attractive deals, and it becomes very difficult to avoid them. These are too be true deals, I would say. So whenever you see anything that is too good to believe, I would say you should not believe those deals, and you should skip those deals, and never you should try to click on that or interact with those people. Like here, in fact, there was a deal which claimed Apple iPhone 12 in just 4,999 rupees. Well, that's impossible. Never believe such heavy discounts and unbelievable offers. You might get sometimes a pop-up in your phone or in your computer that your computer is at risk, and if you don't install this particular application, you lose a lot of important documents. Now, don't interact with such applications also. They're not authentic, they just scare you. And after they scare you, once you interact, again, they can download a malware in your phone, a virus in your phone, which can intercept what you're doing, all your WhatsApp messages exchange, your cameras, your microphone, your contact book, everything can be stolen, and then criminals, they further, in fact, harass you once they have all your data. So never fall for them. Be wary of random pop-ups and fake cashback offers as well. Customer care frauds are also quite common. So people do search for customer care numbers, and eventually, in fact, through Google searches, they might land up to a fake customer care number where people collect a lot of personal information and also financial information, which can be misused. don't believe email messages. Sometimes you would see email coming from maybe it can come from Bill Gates also, from maybe the Chief Minister of Delhi also. There's something called as email spoofing, where you can spoof email address. You need not know the other party's email. You can just spoof the email and then send any kind of email. So always cross check whenever you get mails like this asking for certain things. You please cross check. It could be from your university. Cross check with the in fact your IT teams, or maybe from the management, from the admin office, and then only share any such information. This is again an example where even libraries have been misused. I mean, digital libraries, mails have been sent in the name of a digital library service, and you had been given a particular link to interact, and the moment you clicked on that again, you then lose a lot of information that you have. So never believe such things. Always cross check. The only mantra that I would say is cross check whether this is genuine or fake, and then only interact. I'll have to skip this video, but this is something that we are doing a research in one of our centers of excellence on deepfake, and I'll be happy to share this video later on the link, where in fact what we have done is, in the movie Three Idiots, we have replaced Amir Khan with Jack Ma in that particular video. So that's the power of deepfake. You can also speak in a particular voice. So Jack Ma is sitting in the classroom and speaking in the voice of Amir Khan. So all that things could be done, and that's where, I mean, this issues because of deepfake will happen someday or the other. It's already happening, but I'm sure it will increase in the times to come. So you should know, whenever you get any kind of messages, calls, videos, don't believe immediately, because there is a technology, there are technologies which exist, which people misuse during riots, during maybe elections. It could be misused, and then people could be actually somewhat the misinformation could be spread among the people. I already gave this example about the sari challenge, and photographs can end up as deep nudes, and there are different websites again giving this service. When you do check-ins, again, be extremely careful, because 80% of robbers check Twitter, Facebook, Google Street View. Stats show that robbers check social networks to see if you are at home. This is again happening, and there have been cases where people have gone for a kind of a vacation, and they have mentioned, they have actually put their locations that they are, for example, in Goa or in some other country. They're enjoying the New Year vacations, and then meanwhile, the criminals, what they do is they go to their society, and again, in confidence, they speak to the guards that I've been sent to collect certain stuff because the owners are out and they want certain things immediately. People have gone in and robbed the entire house. So that is one example. There have been cases where kidnappings have also happened because you have entered the live location. You are, for example, we generally do, we share a live location that we are watching a movie at, say, PVR in Vasant Kunj, with the location there, and also tagging friends. So all these things could be misused against you. There could be incidents of kidnapping which can happen. So I would say keep your interactions limited. Don't interact too much. Don't share everything that you are doing in your life. Again, some interesting messages that you see: free Paytm cash, rupees 1,000, very tempting. I mean, you'll just go and click that. But I would suggest, please don't. Even a single click can compromise you entirely. So don't interact, don't click. These are all fake messages. Coming to the financial frauds, yes, I mean, there have been frauds that have happened with, again, young girls and women. When it comes to ATM machine, there in some of the ATM machine, there were skimming devices that were installed, which looks like it's a part of the ATM machine, and it captures the card information, the black magnetic strip that you have in the back of your card. It captures that, and then criminals, they duplicate that card and then do the transaction. Your PIN numbers are generally compromised by these hidden cameras. This is one such example, but now there are many more innovations happening. But in this scenario, it was the pamphlet box holder, which is fixed next to the ATM machine with a small camera. The camera captures the on-screen information and also the PIN number that you enter. If you see, it's a wireless camera, and a criminal sitting in a 100-200 meters range can see the entire feed live. And this again, we did several campaigns, in fact, where we went and checked. We carried a kind of a survey where we checked the ATM machines and the trashes also. Well, people generally throw the slips. I would say slips are also very important. They keep a lot of confidential information about you, like your bank account number, last 4 digits, and also it's better to actually tear off the slips and then throw. Don't just throw your slips like this, because again, this can lead access to your bank accounts. Change your habits. Very common habit that I have seen is generally when you go to a fuel station, you give your card to the petrol pump man, and then he swipes your card, gets the machine, you enter the PIN number, and then in the meantime, in fact, what they do is they immediately clone your card. There are different forms of skimming devices which are small in nature, which can be fixed on the belt that they wear, and within seconds the card could be cloned. The black magnetic strip could be captured in those devices. So always make sure that you get the POS in front of you, whether you are in a restaurant or a petrol pump. You should do the transaction right in front of you and not just leave it with the waiter or the petrol pump man. Places like this are emerging as the hotbed of the cyber criminal. Let me say Jamtara is one in Jharkhand, but there are many coming up. In NCR, again, there are many. They work like a proper call center, and it's growing every day. And these hotbeds are now almost coming up in different corners of the country. So be extremely careful about the phone calls, phishing calls that you get, the emails that you get. And again, like I have been saying again and again, please avoid sharing any kind of personal financial information, personal identifier information. PII is generally in terminologies, if I may add, PII. Don't share any such information that can actually identify you, your name, your residential address, your phone number, or any kind of financial information. Even your bank, your residential address is equally important as a financial information, because people can get account opened in XYZ bank in a remote corner of the country in your name using your fake address proof. So please don't share, don't leave your numbers, don't leave your emails, don't leave your residential address on public forums, complaint forums and all that, because it could be misused against you. Talking about now cyber hygiene, since I have almost 10 minutes, so I'll go really quick, and I'm done with the scary part. Now let me give you some of the tips and advices that you can take back home, and probably also share with your friends and family to follow, because these are very important, and this is how you can safeguard yourself from majority of the cyber attacks and crimes that happen. Some of the mistakes that we generally make is this. When we talk about backups, I mean, people hardly back up. They don't back up their phone. Well, I would say backup at least once in 15 days. If that is too much, once in a month you should back up, so that if anything goes wrong, damages are limited and you can recover your data back. Surfing and downloading habits. Now we have the habit of downloading free songs, free movies from torrent sites. It's a very bad practice, I would say. And one line that is very important when it comes to cyberspace is there are no free lunches. Anything that you get free, there are certain hidden stuffs behind that. For example, the song that you download from a site called songs.pk, the moment you download the song, it also comes up with a malware. Or you open the song, the malware will get installed in your phone. We had done these researches long back in around 2007-8, and till today we have been we are doing some random researches, and we come across these wrappers, these malwares that can be installed in your phone, in your computer, and then they start misusing, they start downloading stuff, and then they can blackmail you also. Quest for free movies and music, downloading third-party apps without verification. You go to a mobile shop and then you say, "Okay, इसमें WhatsApp डाल दो, इसमें Telegram डाल दो." Now, always remember that you should download it from the genuine store, App Store, or Android store, and not from maybe some random mobile shop where he shares the application over Bluetooth and then you install it. It could be risky. There are third-party applications which would say that you can track your girlfriend. So, I mean, there are no such trackers that are there, that just by entering phone number you can track your girlfriend or your boyfriend where he or she is going. So these are again tempting stuff. They just tempt you. The moment you download, you lose, rather than gaining something, you lose a lot of things that are there in your phone. Transaction on public Wi-Fi or unsecure connections. One thing that I'll also like to add here is something called as juice jacking. You must have seen charging points at the airport and several coffee shops and all. Now, there are certain kinds of criminals who are very adept into this, and what they do is the moment you plug your phone to a charger, on the other side of like they have the entire console where your phone gets connected to an actual computer, and then they can access the entire messages or the entire data that is there in your phone. So the entire access is given to a cyber criminal, and then that cyber criminal can misuse things, the documents and the entire connectivity. It's just like plugging your phone as a USB device to a computer. You cannot see the computer, you just see the charging station, but on the other hand, it could be a computer. It could be maybe the criminal accessing the entire set of data, in fact, to all the devices that are connected in that charging station. So be extremely careful there. Public Wi-Fi, when doing transaction on a public Wi-Fi, make sure you use a VPN, virtual private network. VPN is like, it creates a tunnel in an unsecure connection. It's an encrypted tunnel. Whatever transaction you make end to end, it is all encrypted, and nobody can see what you are doing, watching, whether you are doing a sensitive transaction or maybe just doing a random Google search. It's completely private. Your data is completely confidential. It's not disclosed to the general public who are part of the same public Wi-Fi. But there are issues of, again, rogue Wi-Fi IPs also. Sorry, Wi-Fi SSIDs also. What happens is, for example, if we are at the airport and on the airport it says T3 airport free Wi-Fi, I mean, as a criminal, what I can do is I can have the similar name. I can have T3 airport Wi-Fi 2. I can just create that, and you as a user will get confused. You'll see that it's part of the same airport network, airport Wi-Fi network. It could even have the same name. T3 airport Wi-Fi, the genuine one, and T3 airport Wi-Fi, the fake one. So if you click on the fake one, then again, your damages again increases, because the criminal on the other hand has a complete know-how of the traffic and the kind of transactions you're making. Poor password management, yes. I mean, we hardly change our passwords. We keep our passwords at BSNL 123. Yesterday I was interacting with one of the chap who came to install a router, and he said what we do is we install the same password everywhere. It's either BSNL 123 or BSNL 123. Now that increases your risk. In fact, you have a Wi-Fi router, you might have secured your phone, but the Wi-Fi router that is installed in your home has a very basic password which anybody can crack within seconds. So this is where you need to know the devices and then secure it with proper password. It should be updated regularly. And password also, I suggest, at least, I mean, for devices like routers, at least change in once in a 6-month time. You need not change every month, every 15 days. But at least once in every 6 months, you should keep rotating those passwords. Ignoring updates, you get update for your mobile application, but you don't update it. You say, okay, I'll do it later. But updates contain a lot of information. It can have a few important features, plus also it patches the vulnerability that your phone or the application has. For example, if you have a VLC player and the VLC player is vulnerable, criminals can also attack you through your VLC player. So please secure, in fact, update your firmware, Android or iOS, whatever you use, plus also all the applications that are there in your phone. Or immediately, I would say, don't delay, just do it immediately. Trusting a stranger online too much, this is a wrong habit. Ignoring security warnings that we get, we tend to ignore that. This is a small piece of advice when using your ATM. Check for skimmer, cover and enter the ATM PIN number, rub the keypad before leaving. So a basic trick to keep yourself safe from any of the, cloning frauds or issues like this. Plus, when going online, make sure that you watch your digital print. Whatever goes online stays online, and you should think before you post. Always think, आज हम जो post कर रहे हैं, it can be used maybe 10 years later against you, and things stay as things are deleted, but I wouldn't say it is deleted forever. That's what my experience says regarding the thing. You must have seen, you deactivate your Facebook account and then later on you activate it also. So always make sure that anything that you post, things again can be cloned. If you post a photograph, that photograph can be shared among multiple networks simultaneously. Even if you delete from your post, but there is somebody who's having that particular photograph. So always think before you post, the kind of comments, the kind of statements that you give, you should be very careful there. When using emails, again, certain things that I would suggest here is never open mails or click on attachments from unknown senders. Always verify the email ID of a mail sender and don't trust a display name. I showed call spoofing, email spoofing, how it happens. Same way you can get calls, and call also can be spoofed, the numbers can be spoofed as mentioned earlier. Don't share highly sensitive and personal information over email. Whatever email service providers review security, safety and privacy settings from time to time. Always keep a working alternate email, phone number and other methods of account recovery in case you lose access to it. Try to set up different email accounts for work and social usage. Avoid accessing emails while on public or unprotected Wi-Fi. Now on the passwords, and again, if you are using the same password for work and your social usage, I would say keep two different passwords, because there have been cases that were reported to us, and there have been cases where in fact somebody's social media account was breached. The password was known to the criminal. Criminal used the same email and use a password that the individual was using on the social media account, and it worked. The criminal got access to social media as well as the Gmail account of that particular individual. Set up second layer of security. Two-factor authentication is extremely important, and all the email services, whether it is Rediff, whether it is Google, whether it is any provider, give you the feature of two-step verification. Even social media companies like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everybody has the two-factor authentication feature. So remember to enable it, so that in case your password is compromised, there's another layer of security like a phone where you get the OTP, and that probably the attacker may not have it. But there are ways, again, for example, if you have made a mistake of clicking on a link, and because of the link a malware got installed in a phone, people can remotely intercept those OTPs also. So that's what you have to be like, following different set of practices, securing your phone and also emails or two-step verifications and all. Social media, be cautious of who you befriend on social media. Click links carefully. Don't open a catchy headline if it looks fishy. Be careful about the information you share on social media. One thing that I like to share here is there have been different apps which says know when you will die, which location you will die. Well, I would say they are all not genuine apps, and these are again something to trap you. They fish you basically. They get you into the trap, and then they compromise your information. Know how much your wife loves you. Know how much your girlfriend loves you. Well, nothing like this actually exists. It's just a way to trap you. Be careful about the information you share on social media, including images, videos, constant information, location, and I've already shared how it could be risky for you. Be wary of privacy, security, and conduct policies on social media services that you use, and be sure to implement them in practice. Always be aware of what you're sharing on social media. Mere sharing of a post can subject you to unnecessary trouble. Review your security and privacy settings often. There are several things that you can implement. You can go to the settings. You can see there's something called as the login alert, which is a tick, code generator, trusted contact, review tags, linking search engines. So you should go there, go into the security settings and enable or disable some of the features. Privacy settings, I would suggest it should be only meet certain things, friends, friends only, and it should not be friends of friends. Friends of friends becomes risky. So just try to keep it restricted. Try to keep the things as personal as you can, and in fact, you need to be selective when you add friends. Timelines, taggings, if you see it's all friends, 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 sometimes it could be just me. I need not share everything with the general public. So that setting you can take a call and do. When talking about general advisories, HTTPS, whenever you go to a browser, type HTTPS hyphen slash and then the website. HTTP is risky. You should always start with HTTPS. Second thing is choose a secure browser. I would suggest Google Chrome is good. Firefox is good. So try to use browsers like that. Try never to log into accounts on unknown or untrusted systems. You should never do that. There are no free lunches here. On the WhatsApp, you should go to the privacy and the features that you see. In fact, last screen, profile photo, about, status, you should do everything as my contacts. Enable two-step verification. Again, on the settings, you can also see a place where you can enable two-factor authentication. Now, what could be a good password? A good password that is not guessable, that's not common, like your bike number, your wife name, your girlfriend's name. Never keep all those passwords. Very easy to get. It's very easy, and anybody can get access to him. He or she may not be a professional hacker, but just by guessing your maybe mother's name, wife's name, they can get access to your accounts. That's all I've already covered, so I'll skip that. It's time to choose. The password. You should see it's a good way of representing things. How your password should be. It should not be your dog's name. It should not be your birthday. It should not be again passwords like password 123 or ABC 123. Something that you should not do is again intimate picture is a no. Geolocation off is a yes. You should add strangers is a no. Update security settings is a yes. So all the green checks that you see is something that you should do. Like system application should be updated. Review tags and mention should be done. Login alert should be enabled. Login from public Wi-Fi should be disabled. So in fact, in terms of security, if I may summarize in 5 different steps is use senseless and unique passwords, regularly update all apps and software, control your digital footprint, enable two-factor authentication on all accounts, and take regular backups. So these are 5 most important steps that you need to follow. If something goes wrong, don't worry. So in fact, there is a separate session on law, so I am going to ignore this few slides, but you're covered under the IT Act. There are different sections under the IT Act. If something goes wrong, you need to select the section and then lodge a complaint in a local police station. Now, every state has a cyber police station, a state level cyber police station. Other than that, you can also, and now slowly now every state, every district has a cyber police stations now. So you can file a complaint to the local police station or the district cyber cell. Again, depending on the nature of the offense, the police may register the FIR. If the FIR is registered, you are entitled to a copy of the document and you'll need this later. If you're not comfortable going to a police station, now here you have the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. You can go to the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal under report women child related crime. You can report cases, or if there are generic crimes like the financial fraud, you can report it there as well. Crimes against women can also be reported to NCW on ncw.nic.in, and the portal cybercrime.gov.in I've already mentioned. This is the NCW complaint registration form. If the crime is related to a young girl or a child, again, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, gives you a platform to report such cases. So this is also where you can go and report cases. You can also report to the platform. For example, if there's a crime which has happened on Facebook also you can do the reporting, and the teams there are also quite active. If they find anything sensitive, anything objectionable, they immediately take down all those posts and also help the law enforcement agencies in investigations. CyberPeace TV is something that I want to leave you with because like I mentioned, in this short time, I could not have covered everything. but one resource center, one repository where you can go, you can learn yourself, you can learn about different crimes, you can learn about reporting. Everything is there on our YouTube channel. Just Google for Cyber Peace TV and you will get all these videos step by step. You can know about the latest crimes that are happening, different cases that are happening, and please share it with your family and friends so that the message goes far and wide. For students, again, for professionals, for everyone, we have been running different kinds of competition like this hackathon. Like with Ministry of Education, we run something called as e-Raksha, video making, blogging, painting competition. So you can participate in our competitions as well. We have different kinds of publications available. It's on the website. One book that I like you to refer is the book that we released with CBSE last year, in May, is CBSE Cyber Safety Guide. Though this is for students, for children till class 12th, but I feel there's a lot of important pointers which, as college students, as university students, also you can make yourself aware. As individuals, also we need to make aware. So those things are covered there in a very simple manner for you to understand. We have Cyber Peace Centers of Excellence housed in different universities and institutes. So if you're planning to, if you can open one of the clubs or the Centers of Excellence, and probably you can do several activities through the Centers of Excellence. Recently with Ministry of Education, we have already announced that we'll be training 5 lakh students in cybersecurity. We plan to start certain co-branded courses, MBA in cybersecurity, plus BTech courses in cybersecurity and forensics. A lot of things are already happening. Would be very happy to collaborate with you all to start. You can also be a part of the Peace Corps. Again, we'll give you all the necessary materials, slides, PowerPoints, videos. You can take all of them and spread awareness among the community. So you need not invest time in creating material. We have materials with us. We'll train you. We'll do an induction program. And then that's how you can spread out in the community to train. We have volunteers from 40 countries now. And anybody can be a part of the Cyber Peace Corps, whether student, professional, anyone. You can contribute in different forms. And with this, I feel I'm done with my presentation. I'm sorry for taking a few extra minutes, but I try to be quick. I try to cover different kinds of crimes that happen, and really looking forward to maybe have doing a session face-to-face with you and looking for a kind of an engagement session with you guys. So thanks a lot for your patient hearing. If you have any questions, queries, you can also, I don't know whether we have time for questions or not, but I am just leaving the email addresses, the website where you can go and probably check the different kinds of resources that we have. We also have the helpline number. We get a lot of cases on the helpline. As of now, it's just 2 people who are manning the helpline, 10 to 5. So if you have any problems, issues, and if you're looking for assistance, you can reach out to us on the helpline. But since our bandwidth is limited, we might respond to you not immediately. We might take few hours to respond. But this is the helpline that is available for you, and you can reach us for any kind of help. So with this, I am done, and over to you, Sheetal. I mean, if we can take questions or not, totally your call.
Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful session. We can have the question answer round at the end. Now, I would request Dr. Sheetal Singh, the conference convener, to facilitate sir with the memento. And GL Sharma, sir, also. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sheetal. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It is indeed a pleasure to inform you all that we have the august presence of our beloved chairman, Shri Anil Shastri Ji. Shri Anil Shastri Ji, son of Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji, second Prime Minister of India, graduated in economics from St. Stephen College, Delhi, and did advanced management program from Astridge Management College, UK. He has done general management program from Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad, and business management program from Tata Management Training Center, Pune. He has served in corporate world for around 2 decades at very senior. He is Chairman, Board of Directors, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management and Technology, Bareilly, and also the Chairman, Board of Directors, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Delhi. He is an active member of Indian National Congress and an active member on Twitter. I would now request Pashmeen to present a bouquet to our beloved Chairman, Shri Anil Shastri Ji. I would now request Sri Anil Shastri Ji to come up on the dais and offer floral tributes to late Sri Lal Bahadur Shastri Ji. I would also like to welcome Dr. Praveen Gupta, Director, Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, to offer the floral tribute.
Thank you, sir. I would like to also inform the speakers that the time for speaking is 40 minutes and we have 15 minutes for the Q&A round. I would now like to welcome our second eminent speaker for the session, Dr. C.B. Sharma. Dr. C.B. Sharma is a retired Indian Police Service officer with over 3.5 decades of experience in administration. He has done MSc Physics, LLB, PhD, MA Philosophy, Diploma in Cyber Law, is a certified lead auditor from Indian Institute of Quality Management, and is the founder and CEO of Dr. CBS Cybersecurity. He has won various awards like recipient of .32 bore pistol from Government of Rajasthan for courageous work in law and order during Gujjar Andolan, recipient of President's Police Medal for distinguished service, recipient of various other appreciations and awards from Government of Rajasthan and Government of India. We are honored to have you, sir. I would now request you to kindly deliver your address.
ओम सहनावतु सहनो भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मां विद्विषावहै. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. First of all, I pray the Almighty God, may the knowledge shared be brilliant and there be no animosity in both of us, the participants online in the webinar, and me, the speaker. Honorable Chairman, Sri Anil Shastri ji, Director Dr. Praveen ji Gupta, Webinar Convener Dr. Sheetal Singh ji, eminent speakers, Mr. Vinit Kumar ji, Founder Cyber Peace Foundation, Professor Ritu ji Gupta, Professor NLU Delhi, learned faculty members, dear students, and everybody present online in this webinar. A very good afternoon to all of you. Today in this session, we will discuss about cybercrime against women, its genesis, identification, and its prevention. First of all, we will recapitulate what everyone knows about the definition of cybercrime, modus operandi of commission of cybercrime, types of cybercrime, genesis of cybercrime, trajectory of cybercrime, identification of cybercrime, and preventive measures and controls to mitigate and prevent cybercrime. As we know, cybercrime is just given the name as the illegal use of computer or computer system or computer networking or computer resource or communication device for illegal activities where any of the computer resource is either a target or tool or is incidental to crime. So there are three situations. First, the computer resource or the internet is used as a tool to commit illegal offense, or the computer resource itself is attacked, or third, the computer resource neither is a tool nor a target but was incidental, meaning thereby at the scene of crime, computer resource was present and the digital evidence of the scene of crime, commission of crime was captured by the computer resource present at the scene of crime. These are the three types of things. Now, we know that crime is an act which is forbidden and punishable by. Then what is cyber? As you know, cyber is the name given to the characteristic of the culture of computers, information technology, virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence and machine learning, encryption and copyright, deep web and dark web, and all other computer resources. You can see in the PPT, is there on the, so that it is there are 8 ingredients which constitute this cyber. Then first is the computer. So what is the computer? Everybody knows, everybody can identify the computer. But what are the ingredients and parameters? It's an electronic, magnetic, optical device, and it's the high-speed data processing device which performs logical, arithmetic, and memory functions by manipulation of electronic, magnetic, or optical impulses, which includes input, output, and all that. Then second is what is the information technology? It's the study, design, development, implementation, support, or management of computer-based information system. To say computer technology used in the preparation, processing, procurement, storage, and retrieval of information. That is the IT. Then the virtual reality is an artificial environment that is created with software and presented to the user in such a way that the user suspends belief and accepts it as a real environment. Augmented reality, this enhanced or amplified version of reality is achieved through the integration of digital information or computer-generated superimposed images with the user environment in real time. Then artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as we know, it is commonly used these days, is a wide-ranging branch of computer science concerned with the building smart machines capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. It is the endeavor to replicate or simulate human intelligence in machines. Now, then comes the machine learning. The machine learning is an application of artificial intelligence. It provides the ability to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. The next is the cryptography. We are discussing all these terminologies just to revive all that. You people know all these terminology, but still I am reviving it. The encryption is the process of encrypting information in such a way that only authorized person can access it by decoding. The encryption is a security measure, for which the intelligible content is denied to a would-be interceptor, though it does not itself prevent interference. Then is the deep web and dark web. The dark web is a hidden collective of internet sites which are accessible by a specialized web browser only. It is used for keeping internet activities anonymous and private, which can be helpful in both legal and illegal applications. No evidence is available to the investigating agency. In addition to this, the cyber crimes are categorized on the basis of loss caused to the victim. To say the loss is a social reputation or a financial or any other type of loss like the data loss. The cyber crimes are also categorized on the parameters of victim as an individual or gender or society or corporate or a nation. The cyber crimes are also categorized on the basis of modus operandi like hacking, phishing, vishing, cyber harassment, cyber threatening, cyber blackmailing, cyber abuse, outing, doxing, cyber frapping, cyber trolling, fake news, rumors, exclusion, flaming, cyber trickery, cyber masquerading, cyber grooming, cyber dating abuse, morphing, bullying, stalking, impersonation, defamation, pornography, non-consensual sharing of image, recording and distribution of sexual content without permission, identity theft, data modification, spyware, keylogger, and so on. The most important change post-COVID-19, as we know, that has come in everybody's life is the dependency on day-to-day work on virtual reality, say computer resources, internet, mobile, and web applications. Life has become online in every respect, and we are totally dependent on cyberspace. As we know, gender cyber violence is basically violence against women, which is generated or perpetrated by culprits using computer resource or internet and communicated through internet. The violence is received by the victim through the computer resource. So in a simplified way, we can say that gendered cyber violence is violence against women using computer resource and online medium. The paradigm shift after the fast growth of information technology is the use of computer technology in preparation, transmission, analysis, and storage of information. Prior to this information technology development, there was no use of computer technology in the gendered violence. Though gendered violence did exist even prior to the invention of internet, but now IT is used in violence against women. The peculiarity of this gendered cybercrime is that it is relentless. ये दयाहीन है. Now we will discuss how the real gender cyber violence cases are committed. We will discuss some reported cases which have been reported in the media and the newspapers also. In the first case, as you see on your, yes, the girl used to come for coaching. Her boyfriend used her photos and videos and shared the obscene photos and videos without her permission for blackmailing her. It is a case of recording and distributing of personal photos, videos, and information in electronic form. A case of cybercrime of non-consensual sharing of sexual content without permission, cyber harassment, cyber blackmailing, and cyber defamation and cyber pornography was registered. In the second case, is the paper cutting of this case. You can see on the screen. In this case, the boyfriend had in his possession some photos of his girlfriend when they were living together in relation. After they had some differences, they were not in relation. The annoyed boy uploaded the more photos of the lady with her home address and also attached a message that she is a sex worker. The objectionable message started coming on the telephone of the victim. This is a common modus operandi used by the culprits in gendered cyber violence. In the past, also in Rajasthan, there are such type of cases happened in University of Rajasthan, University of Udaipur. It's same modus operandi. It is a case of the cases of gendered cyber violence of fake ID, non-consensual sharing of image, cyber morphing, cyber blackmailing, cyber pornography, and cyber dating abuse. Now, another that appeared in the Bhaskar newspaper of Rajasthan edition on 15 December, report was published it is seen on the स्क्रीन ऑल्सो। एक लड़के ने बीकानेर में लड़की के नाम से फेक आईडी पहले चाहत नाम से बनाई, फिर उसकी बहन नैना नाम से बनाई, 58 इयर्स के व्यक्ति से चैटिंग की, फिर उसके बाद इनका बहन मर गई, एक निराली माथुर के नाम से कराई और 8 रुपए ठग लिए। और कौन निकला? एक्यूज विक्टिम के लड़के का दोस्त, क्योंकि उसमें जो विक्टिम की वल्नरेबिलिटी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट उसमें क्या है, द कल्प्रिट मस्ट नो द वल्नरेबिलिटी ऑफ द विक्टिम एंड दैट्स हाउ ही गॉट द वल्नरेबिलिटी ऑफ द विक्टिम। देन नेक्स्ट it is a very sensitive case of Jaipur city and एक वेस्टर्न राजस्थान की, पश्चिम राजस्थान के संभ्रांत परिवार जिसके फादर ग्रैंडफादर हायर एजुकेशन के अंदर लड़की के सीनियर सेकेंडरी में मोर देन 84% मार्क्स आए, अच्छा एकेडमिक करियर बनाने के लिए जयपुर में आई, गर्ल्स यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन लिया, जानकारी और बिना आवश्यकता के ही टिंडर नाम की सोशल जो मीडिया है उस पर रजिस्टर करा दिया, जो कि एक डेटिंग ऐप है टिंडर, जिसमें एक एरिया विशेष के लड़के लड़कियों को आपस में मैच करवाते हैं। इस पर प्रिया ने टिंडर पर आई तो टिंडर पर ही दूसरे नाम के लड़के को अपने जाल में फंसाने के लिए उसको भी अपना मित्र बना लिया। और दूसरे ने सोशल मीडिया पर आपको अरबपति बाप का, जैसे कि फेक वो डालते हैं, अरबपति बाप का बेटा बना रखा था, उसको किडनैप किया, वो साधारण परिवार का था, अंत में उसको फिर ये देखा कि कहीं फंस जाएंगे इसको छोड़ने पे, ही वाज किल्ड एंड प्रिया उसके दलदल के अंदर फंस गई। ये एक तरह से सोशल मीडिया पर रजिस्टर करने से पहले उस सोशल मीडिया के बारे में, जैसा कि प्रीवियस स्पीकर ने बताया, अच्छी से जांच कर लेना चाहिए वो सोशल मीडिया आपके काम का है या नहीं, ये भी जांचते हैं, उसके बाद ही रजिस्टर करें। सोशल मीडिया पर जो अपने आईडी बनाते हैं उसमें स्वयं के बारे में लिखी हुई बातें सत्य नहीं होती। ये then second, I think the previous speaker has already discussed about the deep nude websites, and so I may skip this. Next. Next is the boys' locker room and girls' locker room. You might have seen in the daily newspapers also. So आप उसके जो देख रहे हैं इसके ऊपर, इसमें सोशल मीडिया के प्लेटफॉर्म इंस्टाग्राम पे चैट्सों में कई लड़कों को कथित तौर पर कम उम्र की लड़कियों की तस्वीर साझा करते हुए, उन्हें आपत्तिजनक बनाते हुए बॉयज लॉकर रूम का ग्रुप बनाकर सामूहिक बलात्कार की योजना बनाने का अपराध करने के कुछ समय पहले आपके पेपर्स में आए हैं। बॉयज लॉकर रूम के बाद में एक गर्ल्स लॉकर रूम का भी एक केस आया था, वो need not to discuss today in the this. Now next is the, so these are some of the cases with different modus operandi. As we have observed in these cases, case studies, that gender cyber violence is relentless, but it is systematic. Since it is systematic, we discuss its genesis, its commission and trajectory of this gender cyber violence. We see that in the first phase, it starts with creating offensive, threatening, harmful and provoking messages, photos, videos, animation or post or any other content by the offender with the help of his computer resource for the purpose of creating physiological, physical, sexual, psychological, economic harm to the victim. Then the offender sends these threatening messages or photos, etc., through his computer resource via internet connected to the computer resource or communication device of the victim. The victim receives these messages or photos or content in the computer resource system. When the victim receives these messages or content, it may cause severe emotional distress or fear of harassment, blackmailing, abuse or outing or doxing, fracking, trolling, fake news, and all type of trickery, grooming, obscene photos. She may receive and she may cause a severe emotional distress. And In this process of generating the offensive messages or content for the purpose of exploiting the personal, physical, psychological, physiological circumstances or vulnerabilities of the targeted victim, woman or girl, the criminal requires access to the personal, physical, or these circumstances or the vulnerabilities of the targeted victim. Without access to the vulnerabilities of targeted victim, he cannot proceed further. So the criminal gets this vulnerability and personal information of the victim from the social media platforms where the victim woman has registered herself. The women and girls, the internet or Wi-Fi or hotspot or a smartphone, are fascinated and very liberal in creating its presence on the various social networking sites. That is again the vulnerability. It's the time of registration of social media when user victim installs the social networking sites. The severe and the severe thing is that at the time of installing the social media, the service provider asks for the permission of the woman to access her personal information like calendar, camera, contacts, location, microphone, phone, SMS, storage or body sensor, and so on. The user agrees to all the permissions and thereby allows the culprit to access all her personal information. The user, after registering on the social media, posts all her personal information on such platforms, and when she receives friends' requests, she is normally very liberal in making everybody a friend. As the previous speaker was also mentioning this, for the privacy setting also, she is equally non-restrictive and allows each and everybody, her internet friends, and on the internet to see all her contents, photos, posts, videos, etc. Similarly, she allows everybody to take himself with her, write on her social media wall, contact her through messenger, and so on. So the personal data which the victim has posted on the social media sites is accessible to everybody, including the culprit. Thus, the criminal collects all the personal information and the vulnerabilities through unauthorized access to the unsecure social media networking account of the user through the internet of the victim. Learned academicians and dear students, as we have discussed, the security features and controls of the computer resource system used by the woman, girl, or victim are of primary importance. The protection from the cyber violence requires that the user, woman, or girl should protect her IT infrastructure and social media platforms. The panic of cyber assault in the present time is so high that everyone is mentally afraid of this online systematic alarming cybercrime. We all know the danger of cybercrime, but very few know how and when does it start and how to identify the cyber violence pertaining to a woman or girl side. The user, woman, or girl comes to know only after when it occurs and its adverse impact is faced by her. Now, we will discuss the different types of gender cyber violence, their ingredients, just to identify the cyber. As we know, in the gender cybercrime parameters, the victim is a girl and woman or a woman, where the criminal may be of any gender. Criminal is using computer resource and essentially either a computer, internet, or smartphone, and also their different applications. A few acts of cyber violence with specific modus operandi using computer resource, internet, or communication device, which is the common denominator, are first is the cyber harassment. What is cyber harassment? It is the broadest form of cyber violence and involves a persistent and repeated act of targeted at the victim woman, which is designed to cause severe emotional distress and often the fear of sexual or physical harm. And second, the threatening, cyber threatening, is the type of violence cyber criminal threatens to the victim woman that she will be hurt or harmed. And cyber blackmailing, an act of threatening to the victim that criminal will share her private information with the public through the internet. And cyber abuse, the behavior that uses technology to threaten, intimidate, harass, or humiliate the victim lady with the internet to hurt her socially. psychologically and even physically or sexually. Then cyber outing or doxing, an act of openly revealing sensitive or personal information about the victim woman girl without her consent for the purpose of embarrassing or humiliating her. Fraping, the girl's child social networking accounts are used to post inappropriate content with her name. There comes the cyber trolling. Cyber criminal intensely post inflammatory, provoking comments online again and again to upset a woman or girl child. Similarly, the fake news, the rumors, the cyber exclusion. A cyber exclusion, what do they? It's the act of leaving out of the woman or girl out deliberately from the group on internet. So then the cyber flaming. So it is the act of posting about or directly sending insulting messages. Then the cyber trickery, and then cyber masquerading. And both the things, the cyber criminal creates a fake profile or fake identity of any woman or girl to trap another person. Then the cyber graining, an act where a person, often an adult, befriends a child online, builds an emotional connection with her for future intentions of harassment, sexual abuse, etc. Then the cyber dating abuse. Then comes the cyber morphing. Cyber morphing is very important because in deep nude webs also, with the help of morphing, they can create any sort of photos or the videos. Then is the hacking, modus operandi for illegal intrusion. Then cyber bullying, it's a type of cyber harassment that is targeted on a girl side or a teenage side. Then cyber stalking, when the cyber bullying, where the victim is a adult man, then it's called cyber stalking. Then cyber impersonation, cyber defamation. Cyber means with the help of computer resource, with the help of internet, with the help of computer and softwares. Then cyber pornography. Pornography is an act of using cyberspace to create, display, distribute, import or publish porn content or obscene material. Then the non-consensual sharing of image is very clear from the name itself. Then recording and distribution of sexual content without her permission. Then this is the Internet Relay Chat, IRC. Then the identity theft. Then data modification. These are the different modus operandi of the cybercrime and to the gender cybercrime. Then there is the spywares, keyloggers, and phishing and wishing, very commonly known as phishing, that refers to a criminal activity that attempts to obtain sensitive information of the victim fraudulently. The cyber criminal uses fake email ID which redirects the victim to open the fake website or click the fake link, presuming it as a genuine one, and posts her personal information security feature on the fake website or the fake link. The fake website and fake link are under the control of culprit, hence the culprit gets all the personal information and security control and gets unauthorized access into the system. In case the cyber culprit uses a phone to obtain the personal information, then it is called phishing. Now, we have seen the nomenclature of gender cybercrime and all that. There are many more. We have discussed a few. Now there comes, what is the law related to gendered cybercrime? What law deals with the gender cybercrime? In simple words, we can say when there is an attack of cybercrime on some woman or girl, under what law it is punishable and where, what, how, and to whom should she report. That is very important to know. The legal mandate against the gender cybercrime is mainly covered in 4 acts. The first is the Information Technology Act, IT Act 2000. The second is the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act 1986. Third is the Indian Penal Code 1860. And fourth is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, POCSO 2012 and Amendment Act 2019. First, we will take up one by one. First, we will take up the IT Act. the Information Technology Act, the purpose of enacting this law is to provide legal recognition to the transaction carried out online and to mitigate and prevent cybercrime. So here we focus on mitigate and prevent cybercrime, that to the gender cybercrime. This act, about 16 different acts of a person are covered and punished under the gender cyber violence. So though it has 104 sections, but we are concerned only with a few of them, not with all. So first is, if the culprit dishonestly or fraudulently without the permission of the owner, who is the owner? Owner is the lady or the girl, the victim, the gendered one. So if the culprit dishonestly or fraudulently without permission of the owner accesses in, there are the 10 acts which has been mentioned in section 43. One is that if he accesses in or downloads copies or extracts from or introduces any virus or damages or disrupts or denies access to the authorized person to access or provides any assistance to facilitate access to any person, charges the services availed to the account of another person, tampering with, destroy, delete or alters any information residing in, steal, conceals, destroys, alters any computer resource code, then it is an offense defined in section 43, read with section 66, which is punishable with imprisonment up to 3 years or with fine up to 5 lakhs. This is the first, section 43. Then when the access or the communication is made by the accused using fake identity, then it is covered under section 66C, and which is punishable with imprisonment for up to 3 years and with fine up to 1 lakh. Where the culprit captures, publishes or transmits the images violating the privacy of the victim without his or her consent, section 66 is applicable, which is punishable with imprisonment up to 3 years. Where the culprit publishes or transmits any obscene material in the electronic form, section 67 is applicable, and the punishment is 3 years and a fine up to rupees 5 lakhs. Now the culprit publishes or transmits material which contains sexually explicit act. In 67, the obscene material. In 67A, if it publishes or transmits material containing sexual explicit act, then 67A is applicable and the punishment is 5 years imprisonment and 10 lakhs fine, or on the first conviction, and on the subsequent conviction, it is 7 years imprisonment and 10 lakhs of. Then, if it is regarding the children, the culprit publishes or transmits material in any electronic form which depicts children engaged in sexually explicit act, or conduct or create text or digital images, collects, seeks, browses, downloads, advertises, promotes, exchanges or distributes material in any electronic form depicting children in the obscene or indecent or sexually explicit manner, or cultivates, entices, or induces children to online relationship with one or more children for any sexually explicit act on the computer resource, or facilitates abusing children online, or records it in any electronic form on abuse or that the are pertaining to a sexually explicit act, the children, he commits an offense under section 67B, punishable with imprisonment up to 5 years. So if the victim girl is a minor, she's a minor, she's in the definition of the child, then 67B is attacked. In case of cyber violence, where the culprit was in confidence with the victim accessing her personal information later on because differences, the accused with revenge discloses her personal information, this section 2 is a breach of confidentiality and privacy. This is applicable, which is also punishable with 2 years of imprisonment and 1 lakh. Any offense under the Information Technology Act shall be investigated by a police officer, but the police officer should not be below the rank of inspector as mentioned in section 78 of the Act. The police officer not below the rank of inspector may also enter in and any public place and search and arrest without warrant. This is all about the Information Technology Act. Now the second law which deals with the gender cyber violence, that is the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act 1986. This has only two sections, section 3 and section 4. Section 3 is the publication and section 4 is the advertisement or sending by post, books, pamphlets or production, sale, let to hire, distribution, circulation or sending by post any book, pamphlet, paper, slide, film, writing, drawing, painting, photograph, representation of figure which contains indecent representation of women in any form is punishable under section 3 and 4, read with section 6, because the punishment is in section 6 and the punishment is 2 years, imprisonment up to 2 years and fine on the first conviction, and on the subsequent conviction it is up to 5 years and not less than 6 months plus fine. So that is all about the indecent representation of women. Third is the Indian Penal Code. The gender cyber violence related sections of punishment, there are about 28 sections, starting from section 66A to 509. 28 sections related to gender cyber crime. Learned Professor Ritu Gupta ji of National Law University, Delhi will discuss and elaborate at length. So I'm skipping this, the gender cyber violence related in the IPC. Now, fourth one is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012 and Amendment Act 2019. So this is very important, folks, if the girl is a child. So section 3, in section 3, the penetrative sexual offense for which punishment is provided in section 4, which is shall be not less than 20 years, which is 20 years, but not less than 20 years, and which may extend to imprisonment for life. Such a severe punishment is there. Then section 5, whoever commits aggravated penetrative sexual assault shall be punished under section 6 with rigorous imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 10 years, but which may extend to imprisonment for life and fine. Section 7, whoever commits sexual assault on a child shall be punished under section 8 with imprisonment for term which shall not be less than 3 years, which may extend to imprisonment for 5 years. Then section 9, that is for the aggravated sexual assault, and the punishment is in under section 10. Imprisonment is either description for a term which shall not be less than 5 years, but which may extend to 7 years. And section 11, the sexual harassment. And in the sexual harassment, the punishment is 3 years with fine. And a person is said to be commit sexual harassment upon a child when such person with sexual intent even utters any word or makes any sound or makes any gesture or exhibits or object or part of body with the intent that such word or sound shall be heard, or such gesture or object or part of the body shall be seen by the child, or makes a child exhibit his body or any part of his body so as it is seen by the such person or any other person, or shows any object to a child in any form or media for pornography purposes, repeatedly or constantly follows or watches the context, a child either directly or through electronic, digital or any other means, threatens to use in any form of media a real fabricated depiction through electronic, film or digital or any other mode of part of the body, the child or the involvement of the entices a child for pornography purposes and gives gratification thereafter. It is punished under section 12 of the and the imprisonment is up to 3 years and also with fine. Then section 3, use of child for pornography purposes. And in this section, the punishment is not less than 10 years. And if the child is below 16 years, the punishment is not less than 20 years. So very severe punishment is there in the POCSO Act. Now, after section 13, it is section 14. Punishment for using child for pornography purposes, not less than 5 years. And whoever uses a child in any form of media, including program or advertisement, telecast by television channel or internet or any other electronic form or printed form, whether or not such program or advertisement is intended for personal use or for distribution for the purpose of sexual gratification, which includes representation of the sexual organs of a child, then a usage of a child engaged in the real stimulated sexual act, the indecent or obscene representation of child shall be guilty of the offense of using a child for pornography. That is the definition. And for the purpose of this section, use a child shall include involving a child through any medium like print, electronic, computer, or any other technology for preparation, production, offering, transmitting, publishing, facilitation, and distribution of the pornography material. He shall be punished under section 14 with an imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 5 years and shall be liable. Now, next section is section 15, the punishment for storage of pornography material involving child. Even for the storage of pornography material, the punishment is there, and the punishment is 3 years punishment under section 15 and with fine. Now, section 42 of the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, the section is substituted for the alternative punishment. In the POCSO, section 42 is for the alternative punishment. So what does it say? When an act of omission constitutes an offense punishable under this act, this means POCSO, and also under section of IPC sections 166A, 354A, B, C, D, 370, 70A, 75, 76, 76A, C, then D, E, or section 509 of the IPC, then often anything contained in any law for the time being enforced, the offender found guilty of such offence shall be liable to punishment under this act or under the IPC as provides for punishment which is greater in degree. So if the punishment is greater in IPC, then the sections of IPC will be attracted. And if it is greater under the POCSO, then POCSO will be attracted. And respected dignitaries, dear academicians and students, now we summarize and recapitulate in this session. We have discussed the ingredients of cybercrime, types of cybercrime based on the parameters like loss of reputation, money, data, parameters of victim is individual or society, gender or senior citizen, as per the modus operandi, the trajectory of cybercrime, the measures, its route, the importance of safety measures and security controls, and we are using the law applicable to the gender cybercrime and all that. So that is all. Thank you very much. Good day, goodbye, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful session. Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful session. I would now request the Q&A team to, the technical team to start the Q&A session.
very warm good afternoon, sir. So the question that I would like to ask on behalf of our students is that we have often seen that the women as well as the elderly are soft target for the cyber crime and cyber fraud. So what measures would you suggest to safeguard them from that?
Dipali, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. Sir, am I audible to you?
Hello.
Yes, sir. So I'll just.
Hello.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So,
Please
sir, I'll
repeat
just.
your question.
Yes, sir. So, sir, the question that I have received from the students is that we often see that women and elderly are soft targets when we consider cyber crime. So, what are the measures that you would suggest to safeguard them from it?
As we have already discussed, the safeguards taken should be first, you should be very, very cautious when you register yourself on the social media sites. Because the criminal gets your vulnerabilities, your personal information from the social media only. So you should be very, very scared and very selective and very choosy in posting your information on the social media. First, on registering the social media, you should verify which social media you should register and what are the vulnerabilities of that social media. You must know that. And secondly, you should not post all and every information, personal information on the social media. Third, you should, as the previous speaker already told you, you must take all due precautions for your infrastructure, for the security of your infrastructure. And the most important thing is the security. For security, there is one principle, and the principle is need to know. You should post only those information on your social media which are to be given to your friends, or which are to be published and which may not be harmful to you, which are not the vulnerability, your circumstances, because the culprit, what culprit does, he gets into your vulnerabilities and personal information, and then he exploits the vulnerabilities. He will get into the vulnerability, he will exploit the vulnerabilities, and then he will do all sort of cybercrime.
Okay, thank you so much. So that would be the end of Q&A from the technical team. Over to you, Pashmi.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dipali. Now, I would request Professor G.L. Sharma, sir, and Dr. Sheetal Singh to facilitate, sir, with the momentum. With the memento. Thank you so much, sir.
We are honored by the gracious presence of our third eminent speaker for the session, Dr. Ritu Gupta. Professor Ritu Gupta is a professor of law at National Law University, Delhi, and has got teaching experience of 20 years. She is the director of Center for Banking and Financial Laws and is also holding the position of policy advisor at NLU Delhi, advising the university on various issues related to prohibition, prevention and regulation of workplace sexual harassment. She is a member of the National Human Rights Commission's core group of women. She has written 2 books, one on sexual harassment at workplace and the other on law of contract. She has been an external expert member of Internal Complaints Committee ICC at Prasar Bharati and NLUD. Presently, she is the expert member ICC of Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India. She was conferred RAX Karamveer Global Fellowship and Karamveer Chakra Award in March 2015 for her outstanding contribution to women empowerment. Professor Gupta has vast experience of being a resource person, conducting training programs and workshops on sexual harassment of women at workplace and gender sensitivity issues. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am. I would now request you to kindly deliver the address. I would also like to reiterate to please keep the address 40 minutes long and question answer session 15 minutes long. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay. Right. Thank you so much. And first of all, I'll just compliment the organizer for having all the words on the board because I have been listening to all the presenters since morning, and it's indeed a pleasure to hear them, to hear talking all these presenters who are talking about the cyber laws and the issues of cyber security. And at the end of when all these speakers have spoken, really, I am also enriched and I have learned so many things. In the morning, with due respect to Shri Anil Shastri ji, who had joined, and the director, Professor Praveen Gupta ji, who is the person behind, and Dr. Sheetal Singh, who was chasing all of us for last so many days. I have been listening to Justice Pratibha Singh, who has actually set the tone of today's event. In collaboration with National Commission for Women, your esteemed institution has taken this initiative. As the coordinators was just telling, because I have been working in this area for last so many years. But it's a real delight to see the people talking about and feeling concerned and share their concerns over where I see at the moment even more than 226 participants. It's a very, very rare thing to see, because in webinars, usually the participation has gone down. But I actually compliment you for all these things. And but being the last speaker has really been very disadvantageous, because I think the kind of slide that I had been working on, most of them have been presented, and I was simply seeing Mr. Vineet Kumar from that cyber piece. Most of the things were covered when the tone was set by the inaugural speaker, and then he took over. And then I was just praying about that Dr. C.B. Sharma, he does not take over my topic, that topic which I had to speak completely. But I don't know. So many things, and you have all been made so aware about the issues pertaining to the security of women when these cyber crimes are concerned. But still, I'll take this my presentation in a different way, and I'll try to relate to the audience, and at the same time I'll try to adhere to the time limit also. Just allow me to share my screen with you. Just give me a moment, and I'll just share this screen share and this desktop and the window. Just 1 second. And now I will, yeah. I hope, can you see this PowerPoint?
Ma'am, it's not visible yet. Oh, yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Not visible.
Ma'am, it's visible.
It's visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I'll, wherever my slides will be repetitive, I'll just try to skip through, and I'll try to focus on the main theme. When I talk, because being from law, otherwise also the role of law comes at the end, right? So whenever all those kinds of initiatives which are required from the society, which are required from the individuals, and which are required from the general civil organizations, where we are not able to handle the situation, there the role of law will come into picture. And the previous speakers, the addresses were so thought-provoking, insightful, but at the same time scary also. and I'll try to take it to the different color tone. If you can see my slide, which I have also copied from the net, I think by this time, when I start speaking, you must be very sure that women are not safe on the internet, right? So when we are talking about the safety issues that concern women, why in 2021, when we are sitting here, why do you think we should devote this much amount of time to this particular concern? And whether we are the only one who are concerned about it, that is where, if I see, you can see, I just try to take this opportunity to tell you, most of you, because you come from management and you must be knowing this 2030 agenda for sustainable development. And this is the UN's high level political forum on sustainable development. Very frequently and very oftenly, we have been talking about this agenda for sustainable development, which is a plan of action for people, planet, and prosperity. And why I am talking about this? Because this will ultimately fetch the answer to the question that I posed. This 2030 agenda for sustainable development, where you see one of them is Sustainable Development Goal 5, which focuses specifically on gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. And this SDG 5 is central to the achievement of all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, this is the concern. So when United Nations, the international organization which is there for our safety and maintaining peace in the world, is concerned about this particular issue, it means there is something very, very difficult. We are passing through that difficult phase. And again, it's not my part of the share to scare you again, because I am just trying to bring you to that position where we know that we are aware that yes, this is the problem. This is one report by the UN Broadband Commission for Digital Development Working Group on Broadband and Gender. So this is, the title is Cyber Violence Against Women and Girls. And here they say a worldwide wake-up call. You know, the wake-up call, every morning we have been telling our smartphones to, or we have been telling Alexa to wake us up in the morning at the desired time. But when we are talking about this kind of cyber violence against women and girls, in this report, you will see that this is a kind of wake-up call for all of us, which sometimes we feel that we have been aware. The previous speakers told you that so many times we just put this question, I know everything. What is the need? Why should I change my password? What will happen? Why should I not share? Because it is so good to put your smiling DPs and to put your things on Facebook and getting the comments and getting all those kinds of raised hands and thumbs. But we have to face the reality also. I have put in here a quote from General Ban Ki-moon, who has been United Nations Secretary, when he says, there is one universal truth applicable to all countries, cultures, and communities. Violence against women is never acceptable, never excusable, never tolerable. So when it comes from the authority, you know that we have to take all the measures we can to provide this kind of awareness and this kind of education, and that we have to come out and then we have to take away. All of you must have seen Pink, the movie where senior Amitabh Bachchan, he is talking about, and what was the takeaway? Takeaway was no means no. So this is the kind of takeaway we are going to send all these messages across the nations to everyone. And all of us are stakeholders. Gone are the days when you usually entrusted responsibility of the safety and security every time to the girl or to the woman. है ना, कभी कुछ हो जाता था कॉलेज में, तो अगर माँ को बताओ तो शी विल टेल यू कि कॉलेज जाना छोड़ दो, पढ़ना कौन सा इंपॉर्टेंट है. And if you try to tell something to your husband that something went wrong in the office and somebody commented on your dress, and then the husband will smartly say, तुम्हारे साथ ही ऐसा क्यों क्यों होता है, कुछ प्रॉब्लम तुम में ही होगी, है ना? These are the kinds of things which we have been listening to. If you share something to your colleague will say, don't take panga with the boss. So these are the kinds of things. And as Justice Pratibha Singh also mentioned in the morning, that is a kind of societal pressure. Aapki shadi nahi hogi if it is known that this girl is complaining every time. And that is where we are talking about this gender justice. And this is where this kind of awareness programs are required. And these initiatives of NCW are really welcome, because despite tremendous advancements in the society, what is happening? Why we are talking about only cyber crimes against women? Because again, women are not treated equally till date, despite the constitutional mandate, despite the plethora of legislations in favor of women. They are not afforded similar kind of opportunities. Vastly, they have been underrepresented in democratic institutions globally, and they are at the peripheries of economic, political, social, and cultural rights. And in the morning also, Justice Singh had talked about those marginalized kind of sections of the society. And because across the continents, her legal rights have never been equal, and they are being eroded further. These kinds of issues, IT, the information technology, ICT, you have been very fondly calling it, they have brought some kind of ease into life, but at the same time of security issues have become more complex. Every time women's rights over their own bodies are questioned and are undermined. They have been routinely targeted for intimidation and harassment at workplaces, in cyberspace, and in real life. When you are talking about that, routinely they have been targeted, that simply means that it is not a single day's affair. It is not that it is happening only to some one woman or one girl. Every time the data is on rise. Digital India, we have been very fully talking about Digital India, but Digital India has seen 63.5% increase in cyber crime as per the NCRB data. And if you talk specifically with that also in my slide, you'll see that when I am talking about that, because I am talking about this gender justice, here we are talking in terms of a human right, where every woman and girl has a right to live with dignity and freedom without any fear. And now you have to read it, without any fear, even in cyberspace and in today's all those kinds of social media. And that is going to include that we sharing of power and responsibility. One, home is one thing, workplace is second thing. But here we are talking about wider national and international communities. So here actually I begin with my today's discussion from this one quote of United Nations Women. It was mentioned that this landscape of gender-based violence has been transformed. But rather than there being a dramatic reduction in violence against women, the challenges have become more complex, the resistance to change deeper, the backlash against the empowerment of women more blatant, and the methods used to uphold the status quo more sophisticated and insidious. Yes, exactly. This is where you pin the problem. Everywhere, जैसे आजकल आप सारी sites पे wherever there is an option to pin. So this is where you have to actually pin, जिसको हम flagging कहते हैं. The issues have been flagged off by all my the previous speakers, and more or less all the definitions of cyber laws have been covered. And that is why I have to talk about these kind of power equations between sexes and the kind of mindsets that need to be changed. Deeply entrenched gender belief systems need upgradation. This is the most important thing which we need to learn before I also dwell into the kinds of definitions, because being a law person, this is my moral duty and the duty which has been entrusted to me by today's organizers, that I talk about the law position, that I will for sure. But here again, there are certain things where law is helpless, where you are talking about these power equations between the sexes and the mindsets, which is deeply entrenched and the kind of deeply entrenched gender belief systems which require upgradation. Every time you keep on upgrading all your apps, and the previous speaker Mr. Vinny just told you to every time to do revamp, to take the backup of your phones and your mobile phone and your laptops. But the same thing, your belief systems pertaining to a particular gender also need upgradation. What is happening that we are stuck up between the society which we used to be and between the society which we actually are. And if you read about what this Miss Ira Winkler, who is president of Information System Security Association, she says we hear about wake up calls, but people keep hitting the snooze button. So this is not the time to hit the snooze button. Whenever in the morning I try to wake up and that wake up call comes every time I snooze. But when if you are talking about the real security of women in this cyber world, there now this is not the time to again press the snooze button. Now I come back to the as a law person, as I told you, as a student of law, I need to make you aware. There are certain very important things. In law, you need to understand the definitions. Most of the definition of very learned speakers have covered, and still I'll try to see. The previous speaker, Dr. C.B. Sharma ji, he just talked about cyber crimes. And he also mentioned that this particular crime is not mentioned anywhere in the statute or the rule book. Wherever there is no definition available, any standard definition, if it is not available, then we use the definition which is routinely used. So, of course, we are talking about where be it Facebook, WhatsApp, or any other social media profile, or use of any computer, email, they are the kind of crime which has happened. That will be cybercrime. And if you see, these are the kinds of things which are the forms of violence against women which are available, which keep on happening, which we know. Sometimes we know, sometimes we ignore. We are only concerned about what our 24/7 media channels have been talking about: rape, gang rape. We know about Nirbhaya. But when we are to talk in terms of cyberspace, there are certain activities which are the situation which is far more pathetic, which is far more harmful. This is where you need to find out. So this is very important thing that one has to understand, that the kind of crimes that used to happen and were covered by our Indian Penal Code, Bharatiya Dand Sanhita, those things are mentioned. Now we are to tackle, in addition to the things which used to happen physically, even on this on the screens also. And this is where you see now they have been made punishable under criminal law of the land, and they have been recognized. Justice Jagdish Saran Verma, who had been the Chief Justice of Indian Supreme Court, he in 2013 was a chairperson of the committee which was responsible to amend our criminal laws, and certain more definitions were included. Voyeurism, stalking, pornography, defamation, morphing, email spoofing. So many things in a beautiful way have been told to you, but I'll try to add something more. And because this is an event which is sponsored by NCW, so I have used the data by NCW also. If you see, received complaint online in April this year in comparison to 37 complaints received online in April 2019. It means it is again on rise, 37 to 54. And if you see the data between March 25 till April 25, 2020, there are 412 genuine complaints of cyber abuse. So it is in addition to what are the fake and what are sometimes cases of where one cannot prove that actual sexual abuse has taken place. One area where I have been working is sexual harassment. So there is one civil law, that is Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, Prohibition, Prevention and Redressal 2013 Act. In addition to the civil legislation, which was there, which came in 2013. Now under Indian Penal Code, this has been made a crime. If you have seen outraging the modesty of women, section 354, So outraging the modesty of women. And if I talk about the position of Indian law, there in a case where a small baby, a few months old, a female, few months old, was raped, and it was said where because he was booked under Section 354 of IPC, and there he had taken this defense that she does not possess that modesty which is capable of being violated. So Indian Supreme Court has that time, please read the case, had said that a girl by virtue, a female by virtue of her birth, so a girl by virtue of her birth as a female possesses that modesty which is capable of being violated. And now you must be listening and hearing in the news also. Very recently, Mumbai High Court judge, she happens to be a lady, and her judgments have become controversial, and her even name has been withdrawn by the collegium also because she has given some controversial statements. So what amounts to under POXO Act. So if it is about, the courts are behaving in such a sensitive way. So this is our time to make everyone sensitive towards the critical issues. 354A, which defines sexual harassment, it talks about if a man commits any of the following acts. So if any one of these is committed, that would fall under the definition. Physical contact and advances involving unwelcome and explicit sexual overtures, a demand or request for sexual favors, or showing pornography, making sexually colored remarks. So these are the few of the important things which are there. The law says that person will be responsible for committing this crime of sexual harassment under Section 354A. And similarly, if you see further, you see under Section 67A, 67B of the IT Act, where you are trying to provide, in electronic form, if you are trying to do any of these kinds of offenses which have been prescribed in respect of offenses of publishing or transmitting of material containing sexually explicit act and child pornography in electric form. And further it says, in the cyber world, harassment including blackmailing, threatening, bullying, and even cheating is often done, which is done through emails. So this is like, that will amount to that same harassment, because email harassment is very similar to the when you harass through letters. So it is very difficult to crack down upon the culprits of crime in cyber harassment, because what happens, people, they create fake identities on internet for such purposes. And so many beautiful pieces of advice have been given by Dr. Sharma when he was talking about that you need to have certain restraints on yourself. And this is what you see. Cyber pornography, the crime is there. See, even if whether I and you become a victim is separate thing, but whatever you read in the, or see on the media, when my daughter told me about that locker room case, boys locker room and girls locker room, which was mentioned by my previous speaker, even I had shivers down the spines. And if you talk about that dark web, there have been reported material in the newspaper that in the West, the girls have been told by some persons from the dark web, and the girls are scared to death when they get to know that yes, they are to do this thing. It's just like the mind-boggling games which were later on banned by our courts, that if you don't cut this particular organ of your body, then what will happen? I can kill you. So, the kind of vicious circle you are getting into, because you are so addicted to using of a particular website or a particular kind of playing a game, and suddenly somebody puts this kind of threat to you, and whereby they say, because we have the custody of certain sensitive material and we are going to leak that material if you don't cut your breast or don't cut your penis. So it's not only for women, it's for young boys also. So these are the kinds of situations which actually exist, and the only thing is, to fight that out, we have to make ourselves aware. If you are talking about cyber pornography of women, because most of the website, they have this pornographic content, and cyber criminals use photos of women and they fix them with nude photographs or videos. So from where do they get custody? This is where very simple thing, that because we have been sharing and we have been uploading and we are not taking care of our own things, and that is the reason that they get access to the material, and when they get access to the material, then only they are able to cheat us, to commit this kind of fraud upon us. This is a very, very severe thing. This example had been discussed by Justice Singh in the morning, but those of you who have not read about this, because it has been very long while ago, when even I was a young girl, and when again, as I say, that even I was so scared that I couldn't even discuss this kind of case, that this can happen, and I also stopped trusting my male friends, and it may happen to all of us any day. And there was this very infamous clip which went viral, and that time, the kind of harassment and humiliation the family and the girl, they were made to feel, that was again very difficult situation it was. And again, the same, this Ritu Kohli's case, those of you do not know, because it was the first famous case of cyber stalking, and it was again this kind of the facts of the case, because this is how we train law students. Law students are told the facts of the case in a way to understand the legal issue, to bring out the legal issue from that. And this can happen to any one of us. That when this it came to picture, when Ritu Kohli complained to the police, and what was happening, that somebody was using her identity to chat over the internet at some website, mostly in Delhi channel, and it happened for 4 consecutive days. And ultimately, what happens? Your family life becomes difficult if somebody indulges into this kind of behavior in your guise and in your name, who was using obscene language also, and he was distributing your phone numbers to other chatters also, who again will call her to at odd hours. And this is what was happening to her, that she was receiving 40 calls in 3 days. And then ultimately the police traced the IP address and they investigated, and ultimately they arrested the offender under section 509 of IPC. So by this, I wanted to tell you that the section 509 of IPC comes to your rescue in such situations. This is about cyber pornography. So wherever any such situation happens, then section 290, 292, 292 capital A, 293 and 294 along with 509. So there you see, for any kind of indecent or any kind of blackmailing material or obscene material which causes some kind of public nuisance, any kind of obscene objects to any young person for sale, or for doing or composing any kind of writings of obscene songs. So these are the kinds of provisions of IPC which comes to your rescue. So one has to be very aware that yes, law is there to help me. So law is basically an agency which provides help to you when you find yourself in a helpless situation. Even if you don't want to share with your family members, you can obviously go and file a complaint with the police on all or any of these matters. This is about cyber defamation. The cyber defamation includes libel and defamation, which is again another kind of very common crime against women on the net. है ना, हमारी तो वो जो एक वो कांच जो शीशे वाली हम जो बात करते हैं, so it's not only heart which is glass, it is also your prestige, it's also your reputation. Whenever somebody publishes any kind of defamatory matter on any website, or sending any email containing defamatory information, or what do? They send this BCC to all your friends or relatives. And what do? Sometimes they hack your ID on Facebook, or Google or from any other social networking or mailing site. Or sometimes your fake ID is made. So because I'll just skip through because most of the things you have already done. Even about morphing you have seen, but if I tell you the legal position, editing of the original picture by unauthorized user or fake identity. This is what we term as. So wherever, why women are more vulnerable? Because of course, they try to sell it as a commodity. So females' pictures are downloaded by fake users and again reposted or uploaded on different websites by creating fake profiles after editing it. So that editing is done in the way which they can further sell. So this is how they are making commercial usage of your body, your pictures, and even your prestige and reputation. So this is again very difficult thing. This was one very famous case. I have not mentioned the name of the complete case, Air Force Bal Bharti School. It happened in Delhi, and when I am telling you that it can happen even in Delhi's very famous school, then it can happen anywhere. And especially the girl students, they are more vulnerable because that student had a particular pockmarked face. So he was teased by his students, and what he did in turn, he who was tired of all those cruel jokes which have been made by his friends, he decided to get back at his tormentors, and he scanned photographs of his classmates and teachers, morphed them with nude photographs and put them up on a website that he uploaded onto a free web hosting services. So this is what can happen. So we need to take care of not only of our girl child or girl students, but to all our male friends, male colleagues, and young boys, because they are also vulnerable to fall into this kind of trap. And we just, the father of one of the class girls who was also featured on the website, he came to know about this and then he lodged police, and this is how it happened. So the scenario is not is not that easy, but it is not that difficult either. This is what I want to tell you, that law is there. The previous speaker told you क्योंकि हमें प्रिवेंशन के लिए हम इसीलिए हमेशा बात करते हैं, because प्रिवेंशन हमेशा ही आसान है चीजों की. Just like when our government tells you that you need to use mask, and use sanitizer, because it is very easy to control the spread than to control the situation when virus has already caused havoc. So this is what we can do even in cases of cyber crimes against women. And this is the kind of punishment which is there, section 43 and section 66 of the IT Act, and the violator can also be booked under section 509. So email spoofing. So this is again a very interesting thing. You must have seen, because you are young generation, you must have seen those memes of Nidhi Razdan, NDTV. And when you see somebody who is working in media for 21 years and who was made to fall prey to this kind of cyber crime, see, here she did not lose financially, but what she lost was a illustrative career, and she became when she can be vulnerable. This is what I want to tell you. Then don't feel that we are going to be safe either. So this is the spoofing, where you describe any kind of email activity, fraudulent email activity, in which the sender's address and other parts of the email header are altered to appear as though the email originated from a different source. And I am very sure many of the students on the lighter side must have done it sometimes, carrying out this spoofing for some this medical certificate, for getting attendance, for depositing some fake certificate if you were supposed to do some activity, right? So this all will fall here. And here, it can be done by the properties of the email, from which you can do it, from return path and reply to fields. And the IT students and those who are young generation, they will understand it better than what I understand of all this. But what happens, the ill-intentioned users, they can make the email appear to be from someone other than the actual sender. So this is again very, very critical. And in very detail, both the previous speakers have dealt with this email spoofing. So wherever it is very catchy, somebody has stolen done this spoofing of the vice chancellor's address, director's address, your concerned course teacher's address, your father's or mother's address, or say you receive some mail from Paytm, or you receive it from the president of India. So don't trust on any of these. And I really liked when Vineet had put it, what appears to be impractical, what is appears to be so lucrative, an offer which is very difficult to believe. So in that situation, we are to have that kind of sixth eye, so that we start doubting, and we have to doubt. So that doubt is better than trust. And this is why women become vulnerable. One, because whatever you say, sometimes you may describe it as DNA, because they are more emotional, because they are lesser, the worldly wise in that sense. Please don't take it otherwise. But because we have been, as I am also a woman, and what happens in the families, there is a tendency to, let women handle the things at a later stage. So initially, who is doing? Father is doing, brother is doing, or husband is doing, and then son starts doing all those things, or your male colleagues start doing it. So there, you yourself are not that way. What I want to say, that technically you are not that sound, and that is where we start trusting, and we trust because that is ingrained in the way that you could make term it as genderization or stereotypical comments. And this is spoofing is used by cyber criminals, and they extract your personal information, your private images from women who are unsuspecting, and there later on they use it to blackmail these women. One case which you can use, you can read Gujarat Ambuja's executive case, where she was made this a victim of cyber spoofing, where the perpetrator pretended to be a girl for cheating and blackmailing the Abu Dhabi based NRI. And this is a real case. So this can happen to anyone. This is again thanks to something available on the net, where which I really liked, because they had very quickly summed it up, and they have talked it, be it the kind of social media crime which may happen. Every time we are in, whenever we are free, we just keep on, because our smartphone has got everything, my Facebook, my WhatsApp, my Insta, and we just keep on sharing the things with the people we want. But there are other people who are logged onto the systems even if you do not want. So this is kind of undesirable association with the people. So there can be profile hacking, photo morphing, offer and shopping scams, romance and dating scams, link baiting, information theft, and cyberbullying. So in detail, because it has been discussed, but you see the romance and dating scams have become so common. Tinder. So all of you are aware about all the kind of apps which are there. You give so many details are divulged by the people who are participating into this. Now I'll take up those things which have not been actually discussed from the legal perspective by the previous speakers, because this is one problem. Voyeurism was added, see, I have mentioned it in our 153-year-old Indian Penal Code, 1860. So I think it is even more. Maybe I have not calculated it correctly. So with the advent of internet and social media types, what is happening? Now we are recognizing this stalking and voyeurism. Earlier there was no specific provision, but here what is voyeurism? It is a practice of gaining sexual pleasure from watching others when they are naked or engaged in sexual activity. See what is happening. Here nobody is directly indulging into any activity with your person or your body, but the kind of sexual pleasure they have been deriving. This is what we need to understand, and that has been covered in the voyeurism. So a voyeur is a person who observes something without participating, one who gains sexual pleasure by secretly observing another's sexual acts. So that has been included here. And section 354 capital C of IPC actually defines it, and they say man who watches or captures the image of a woman engaging in a private act in circumstances where she would usually have the expectation of not being observed either by the perpetrator or by any other person at the behest of the perpetrator, or disseminates such image shall be punished. So that man shall be punished here. So it is just like if one is taking bath in her private space and where she does not expect that anybody should watch her doing what she is doing, but there somebody engages into, then that would fall under the definition. The definition of private act has been defined where the victim's genitals, posterior breasts are exposed or covered only in underwear, or the victim is using a lavatory, or the victim is doing a sexual act that is not of a kind ordinarily done in public. And this voyeurism also recognizes that the victim may consent to capturing such acts for not for their dissemination to others, and penalizes abuse of such material. So again, most important thing is consent. So sometimes she may agree that somebody can capture those moments, but those moments can be captured, say, by the boyfriend, by the some friend or some commercial people, or some or her husband, or anyone, any living partner. But she does not want that that material should be disseminated to others. And when somebody indulges into that dissemination, so that person shall be covered. In case of first conviction, there is imprisonment of 1 to 3 years or otherwise fine as decided by the court. And in case if there is a second or subsequent conviction, then imprisonment may be between 3 to 7 years, and in addition to fine, where the victim consents to the capture of image or any act but not to their dissemination. And you see, in such situation, dissemination shall be considered an offense. So because here what happens, if this particular act blatantly defies reasonable expectation of privacy that individual has about their bodies, such as controlling its exposure to others. And here, if you see, sometimes there was a very famous cloth chain in which our honorable minister had spotted some camera. So see, your trial rooms. So your trial rooms, if they have hidden cameras in the malls, and that was objected to that time. So this is where, because trial room is meant to change the rooms, change the clothes. But if somebody captures your image there, then that is would fall under this particular crime. And in 2009, this was included even in IT Amendment Act, because they had to include it because the kind of advancement that has been, become easier. In old movies you must have seen, है ना, पुरानी पिक्चरों में हम देखते थे वो विलन है, रंजीत है या प्रेम चोपड़ा है, और कहीं पर आप वो छिपा देते थे कैसेट रिकॉर्डर या कोई कैमरा. But today committing these kinds of crimes have become easier. हर एक के हाथ में स्मार्टफोन है, हर एक के हाथ में कैमरा है. Any time your image can be taken. So one has to protect section 66 capital E of the IT Act, which talks about, and there if any kind of sexual video is made or electronic voyeurism. So this is where you see violation of privacy would amount. And this violation amounts to punishment for violation of privacy, and provides that any person who intentionally or knowingly captures, publishes, or transmits the image of a private area of any person without his or her consent, under circumstances violating the privacy of that person, shall be punished with imprisonment which may extend to 3 years, or with fine not exceeding 2 lakh rupees, or it may be both also. See, fine as well as imprisonment, that is the discretion of the court. And this is stalking. So you have, by now you are very well aware of the stalking. But if I talk about the position of IPC, section 354 capital D deals with it, where any man who follows a woman and contacts or attempts to contact such woman to foster personal interaction repeatedly despite a clear indication of disinterest by such woman, or monitors the use by a woman of the internet, email, or any other form of electronic communication, commits the offense of stalking. And these are the, I'll just skip through. Sometimes the behavior or the conduct may be reasonable and justified. So one has to go through this. This is the kind of conviction which is available. It may extend to 3 years and fine. On second or subsequent conviction, it can be 5 years and fine. So the IT Act directly does not deal with stalking, but it may be, considered in the form of intrusion to the privacy of individual. And you can go through section 72. Because of the paucity of time, I'll not go through in detail, but there you have breach of confidentiality and privacy. And then section 72 capital A talks about punishment for disclosure of information in breach of lawful contract. And this is also has been discussed in 2008. This Indecent Representation of Women Act was shaped so that they can cover, which is directly not covered by the definition of obscenity. Here I have tried to put in this slide the reasons why women are more vulnerable to cyber crimes. The reason can be psychological, sociological, because they are not that much kind of computer knowledge. I'm just talking, please don't think about yourself. You are the aware participants, but let us think about the majority of women in the rural area, villages, working in our households, labor class, and the technological gap, which are, these are the kind of things which are triggering cyber crime through women's victimization. And enough has been talked about the problem. Now I'll talk about which can be the solution. So one is legal recourse. So there are the kind of remedies which are available in law. Second thing is empowerment. So one empowerment is legal empowerment where you are aware. Then we have empowerment through society, social empowerment. Wherever somebody is victimized, we are not to tell the girl or the woman that, oh, you have done it. Okay, this happened to you. It means as if she is the perpetrator, not the victim. So let us stop further harassment of the victim. And we have to understand the kind of trauma she is undergoing. And this mental empowerment, we have to inculcate the kind of strength, the feeling of strength in her mind. And most important thing is education. Of course, education is the solution to all our maladies. And yes, this is again, I took from the net, that better be safe than sorry. It is again another way of saying that prevention is better than cure. And this is where I have talked about again those things. They can always be careful in adding strangers to their friend list, and the kind of private information and photos. So you should not mostly upload. And in case of if anything happens, then there are cyber cell of police. Because I stay in Dwarka, so you see Dwarka, you see cyber pad. The cyber police, a very huge building has been built here. So here you can just come and report and never tell people more than they need to know about you. Being over friendly to anybody through any medium, by words, by gestures, by pictures, or by cyber media is undesirable, highly undesirable. And go to police women assistance cell. You may approach certain NGOs. I have just taken randomly the names of certain NGOs. Sakshi, Navjyoti, Center for Cyber Victims Counseling. They can provide some kind of assistance and they can guide you to go through the process. And there you can make sure that police will not going to take your case lightly. So this is all I had to tell you about this. So this is where I just stop sharing my PPT, and where you see that I try to please switch on my camera. Yeah, I think the organizers have done it. Thank you so much for listening to me patiently, and I think I try to cover most of the things pertaining to the cybersecurity of women. So I thank the organizers for having invited me here. It's a real pleasure to be part of the esteemed this kind of gathering which we have here. Thank you so much. So I am open to any questions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such enriching session. I would now request the technical team to take over the Q&A session. Please restrict the question to just one question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First of all, ma'am, I would like to congratulate you and compliment you for the nice, insightful, and important key points you have shared with us. So, ma'am, the first question which I would like to ask on the behalf of our students is that in this era where so much of communication is dependent on WhatsApp, on Facebook Messenger, on Instagram Messenger, also quoting the new WhatsApp private policy, where except your messages which are end-to-end encrypted, everything else will be shared, like your DP, your status, your contacts, everything is accessible. These things can still be managed, but the most vulnerable thing according to me here is location tracking. So I'm in this era where we cannot delete WhatsApp from our phones because so much communication is dependent. So how to counter and safeguard us from this issue? Also, ma'am, adding to this question, what would you advise to the young children, young women, youth, that shall they stop posting more pictures over the internet, or how they can take preventive measures to this?
Yeah, right. Thank you, Suramya, for your the way you have put in the very interesting questions. The first, I'll talk about that WhatsApp policy. See, as Justice Pratibha Singh also talked in the morning, because the matter is sub judice. So our courts are looking into this. See, whenever there is any conflict of interest, there we have the judiciary. So judiciary is going to look into this, and I'm very sure they will come out with some via media by which the kinds of difficult provisions of WhatsApp, by which we are made to surrender our privacy to this particular app. So I think they will provide some way out for sure. Meanwhile, the second question, the word of advice which you are talking about, because Justice Sachdeva is looking into this matter, and see, very interestingly, in the morning we have National Law University is organizing our Center for Cyber Law is organizing a discussion on the same issue, this WhatsApp policy. So when you have this, so the minds are working on this, and I am very sure, again, as I said you, that there will be some solution. And say, even if we do not find it safe, my advice to the young children is, one, to avoid the temptation. See, even we at our age, we find it tempting. If somebody says, "Madam, you are very gorgeous DP, beautiful DP, you are looking so good," and one has to avoid all these kind of temptations. So most of the time, I have been listening to these comments, "Madam, आप DP क्यों नहीं लगा रहे हैं?" See, I have to share it, and I will share this on this platform, that even I have been into this kind of awareness training programs and discussions, being a student of law and a law teacher. And even I have been vulnerable to the kind of comments from the guests. See, one day you address a session, and second day your number or your email becomes public. And if somebody says he or she is such and such professor or IAS officer, and then you keep on responding, and then tomorrow morning you have a bouquet of flowers on your WhatsApp, for no reasons. So this is the kind of vulnerability of women, and I had to share it with all my male colleagues and friends, that these are the kind of things which happen despite आप कितने aware हैं, आप कितने educated हैं, आप कितने empowered हैं, but still you are to face. The only thing which we can do is to avoid. So avoid posting intimate communication. And my advice to all the young boys and students of your institution and the participants, when I sit in the internal complaints committee of my university or in some other education institution, you see all your Insta posts and all your WhatsApp communication, your intimate messages are there in our files, and we are looking into who harassed whom. So please avoid communicating. जितने आपके expressions हैं, I understand, because of the age, because of the emotions we tend to. But keeping restraint is the only solution. Talk face to face, right? Because in every mobile, there is a recording system. And as much as you trust, as all the speakers have told you, that most of the time the perpetrator or the harasser, even the rapist, they are the persons who are known to you, including your grandparents, including your any number of cousins, including your male friends. That doesn't mean at the same time that all males are harassers, right? So if that borderline you have to, they are the best confidante also. So you have to maintain that kind of border. जो हम सारी चीजें जो एक वो फ्रेंड की कैटेगरी में, नाउ एवरीबडी इज अ फ्रेंड, है ना. बेटा भी मेरा कहता है मम्मी यू आर माय फ्रेंड, है ना. आप मेरे, अरे यार कैसे, दिस इज द वे वी आर एड्रेसिंग. पहले सहेलियां होती थी, नाउ दे आर आल्सो फ्रेंड्स. So who actually is there in your category of friend and friend request on Facebook? So you are to be very, very cautious who we are going to include in our lives, especially in the live which is available to the public, right? I think that is the only thing I can say.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Suramya. Now I would like to request Dr. Sheetal Singh and Dr. G.L. Sharma to honor ma'am with the memento.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It has been an enriching endeavor listening to such esteemed galaxy of speakers. As we come towards the closure of webinar, LBSIM and NCW desires to express its gratitude for all those involved. For this, may we request Dr. Sheetal Singh, webinar convener, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Good evening to all. It's a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, I convey deep regards and heartfelt thanks to all guests and eminent speaker for gracing the occasions with their esteemed presence. We are honored by the presence of Chief Justice Honorable Mrs. Justice Pratibha M. Singh, Judge High Court Delhi. She had graciously consented to spare the time for us despite of her busy schedule with a short notice of invitation. I express deep gratitude and wholehearted thanks to her for sharing her interesting and valuable legal insight. We are extremely thankful to the keynote speaker, Professor Sushma Yadva, Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Haryana, as she was not able to join because of her engagement. And I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the eminent speaker, Mr. Vineet Kumar, founder, Cyberpeace Foundation, for his encouraging and stimulating thoughts on the cybercrime and cybersecurity. We are extremely thankful to the eminent speaker, Dr. C.B. Sharma, founder and CEO, Dr. CBS Cybersecurity, for sharing his knowledge and expertise reviews on various cybercrime against women, its legal aspects and prevention. I would like to express my gratitude to the another eminent speaker, Professor Ritu Gupta, Professor of National Law University, Delhi. We are grateful to your knowledge sharing about Indian Penal Code, women rights, and about cyber law. It will surely benefit the audience to handle the cyber crime against them with your real cases. And I would like to express profound gratitude to Shri Anil Shastri, Chairman, Board of Governor, LBSIM Delhi, for his encouragement and in supporting us for organizing such intellectual event in the form of webinar titled Cyberlaw and Cybercrime Against Women, Identification and Prevention. My heartfelt thanks to the Professor Praveen Gupta, Director LBSIM Delhi, for his invaluable support and constant guidance. He was always there for guiding us. My sincere thanks to Professor G.L. Sharma, Head New Projects and Advisor Corporate Interface, LBSIM, for his expert input and for conceptualizing and laying down the foundation of the webinar. I would like to take this opportunity to make a very special thanks to the National Commission for Women Delhi. I'm extremely grateful to NCW for sponsoring the webinar and guiding to organizing in an effective manner to meet its objective. My sincere thanks to the Dr. Rekha Gupta, Joint Secretary of this webinar, and all other members of organizing committee for their support and assistance throughout. Dr. Rekha Gupta has supported in all way whenever it needed to make this event successful. I wish to acknowledge the untiring efforts of administrative staff and technical team members. Special mention to Ms. Manisha Trikha, Staff Officer, Colonel Ajay Sood, Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Sachin Khera, Administrative Officer, Mr. Rajesh Thakur, Senior Technical Assistant, Mr. Lalit, Technical Staff, Mr. Naresh Wadhwa, Assistant Placement Officer, and my faculty colleague. I also thanks to the PGP office, which include Ms. Pooja Ahuja, for maintaining their discipline throughout the event and recording the attendance of the students of the event. My sincere thanks to the all LBSIM faculty members for their assistance, support and participation for the webinar. Special mention to Dr. Sheila Bhargava, Dr. Moni Mishra, Dr. Nidhi Malhotra, Professor Subra Roy and Dr. Dipti Chopra. Thanks are also due to the Media and Communications Cell led by Dr. Saman Chand Priya, Associate Professor, LBSIM, for exhaustive coverage of the event at various media platforms. I also wish to thank all students and attendees connected with us on MS Team and through the live streaming on Facebook and YouTube for enthusiastically attending this webinar. We are thankful to the management grade for their contribution and support in making this event successful. I also wish to acknowledge and deliver my sincere thanks to LBSRC team who have supported in all the way. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all those who have contributed in one way or other way to make this event a successful. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We would like to express our gratitude to everyone for joining this event today. I'm sure everyone in attendance took something away on the pressing issue of cybersecurity. We thank everyone present and watching online for the support. Thank you so much.